All right, if we could take our seats. Before we get started on day 3 of the meeting, we have to recognize that today is September 11th, 2022. And I know that for my generation, it's the same as my parents' generation for Pearl Harbor Day. And it really changed our world. I don't know if it changed the fishery world that much, but it changed everything else. So I would just like to take a moment of silence for us to be thoughtful of the day, the folks we've lost then and since. And then we'll offer an opportunity for anyone else who wants to have a word. Great, thank you. Anyone else like to offer a few words? All right, so welcome to day 3. We are on schedule. I'll see if our executive director has any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, council members and everyone listening online. No major announcements for me this morning. You do have a Groundfish heavy set of agenda items in front of you this morning and this afternoon. Otherwise, very nicely done set of work so far. I suggest we get started, Mr. Chairman.
All right, very good. Well, thank you. And we'll get started with agenda item G6, and Vice Chair Brad Pettinger has the gavel for that. So here's the totem.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick, and good morning, everyone. And with that, I'll turn to Jesse to start us off. Jesse.
Good morning, council members. This is Brett Wiedoff, council staff, tag teaming this presentation with Jesse. We're going to go ahead and share our screen here in a minute.
Apologies, Brett. I didn't see you there behind her, so my bad.
Not a problem.
I'll do better.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We do have a very exciting presentation for you today. Lots of pictures and maps and things. So we'll lead you through a complicated analysis, but I think you'll come out pretty educated on the other end. So. Okay, so here we are at agenda item G6 for the non-trawl area management range of alternatives and potentially preliminary preferred alternatives. We got a number of things here in the briefing book. Of course, got the situation summary, which does include a link to a public mapping portal that we developed along with National Fisheries Service. We really do appreciate the efforts on their part to hire somebody and bring somebody in to develop that portal. It's a very useful tool. We'll go over that tool at the end briefly at the end of this presentation. Of course, we have attachment 1 in the briefing book. That's our analyses, and we'll go through the details of that and all the alternatives and sub-options that have been developed thus far. We have a WDFW report in the briefing book, and then 2 supplemental CDFW and ODFW reports came in. And then, of course, we'll have our advisory bodies, the GAP, GMT, EC, and HC reports, and then some public comment. So a little history on this action. We've been working on this for quite some time through the GAP. The council directed the GAP to develop and scope of purpose and need, talking mostly about removing the non-trawl RCA and scoping that out. We went through a lot of iterations of developing the purpose and need and refining the range of alternatives. And so right now here in September, of course, we're here to try to refine and solidify the range of alternatives throughout, and then maybe get to preliminary preferred alternatives. And I just touch on the schedule at this time. We're thinking maybe final preferred alternatives in March of 2023. That has always been the goal. So the council action here, of course, review and potentially revise the purpose and need, the range of alternatives, and adopt preliminary preferred alternatives as appropriate. Back in April, we had a lot of conversation about the purpose and need, but also added a few things to the range of alternatives. So the council asked us to go ahead and modify the purpose and need to fit that information, so we could have add these parts of changes to EFH, possibly in sensitive habitats, closed areas, and wanted us to modify that. So we do look to you to adopt that purpose and need if that's appropriate, in these modifications that we made. Next slide, please. There was some discussion too about adding in actions that might affect the non-tribal directed commercial fisheries. So we added that fishery to this action. Largely it was focused on groundfish fishing, but because the Pacific halibut fishery does retain groundfish, we thought that was appropriate to add them into the mix to make sure that they understand that they could be affected by these actions. There's several area management measures already in place, and so I just want to briefly touch on those. Of course, there's the non-trawl RCA that extends north to south, Washington, Oregon, California, established back in 2003 to protect overfished rockfish. It's not for habitat protection, but just protecting rockfish. It does apply to several commercial vessels, mainly the directed groundfish fishery, open access, limited entry, IFQ, and gear switchers in the trawl fishery. So this also applies to the directed halibut and salmon trawl as well. All but yelloweye, though, are rebuilt. So we're looking to possibly get some access to this non-trawl RCA. And we have amended the boundaries several times through the groundfish specifications, but this is a bigger ask at this point. So we look to analyze really moving that boundary to gain some access for all these fisheries, but also some pointed access within the non-trawl RCA, and we'll get to those alternatives. Of course, there's a cowcod conservation area off of California established in 2001 to protect cowcod. It's been rebuilt now, so this area does apply to recreational commercial vessels. So we're looking to repeal that and let people fish in there again, and we'll get to that alternative as well. So, but vessels are generally prohibited from fishing outside of 40 fathoms around the islands, with some exceptions. So. Of course, we got yelloweye conservation areas. Those were developed in 2003 to protect yelloweye, specifically protecting some habitat. Only one current active one is really on the books right now, and that's the North Coast Commercial YRC. That's the little green area enclosed in the map. There's some voluntary avoidance areas for fixed gear off of Washington, but most of the YRCAs along the coast are not active for trawl gears. The council asked us to look into this, take a look at what's there, and maybe develop some new YRCAs or maybe activate some of these. So we'll get to that as well in this analysis. And then, of course, there's a habitat protections for essential habitat conservation areas along the coast. This is just a smattering of those concentrated down off of California. There's two types that are right now that are designated to mitigate habitat impacts. That's the bottom trawl and bottom contact. Those are the two categories of EFHCAs, and they apply to all fisheries, federal and non-federal. But there is a review process for considering EFH changes, which we note in our analysis and have previously that is slated to start in 2025. So that would consider all EFH changes in the groundfish fishery world. And when you take a look at a holistic look, you do look at all federal, non-federal fisheries that could be affected by any changes made in the EFH world. So we have that process already set. And like I said, ready to go in 2025. That's what we're planning for anyway. Next slide, please. So I could take some questions on just kind of the quick overview of that information. And then once that's through, then we'll go ahead and turn to Jessie, and she'll give you the gory details of all the alternatives that we put together and the sub options that you asked us to analyze.
Thank you, Brett. Questions for Brett on his overview? Okay, well done. Jessie?
Good morning, council members. So I'm going to start here with our range of alternatives that you adopted back in April 2022. So at that time, in addition to the no action alternative, you adopted 5 distinct alternatives. that we have here listed on the screen. However, based on the council guidance and future meeting planning in June, Alternative 4 was, which looked at changes of the seaward boundary of portions of the non-trawl RCA off of Washington for pot gear only, was not analyzed within the document. WDFW spoke to this under future meeting planning and in their report that you might hear a little bit about later. And so it was not analyzed within the document, and the council should consider formally removing it from the ROA at this meeting. So first, with Alternative 1, this would be to allow non-bottom contact gear in the non-trawl RCA with natural bait south of 4616. So under this alternative, non-trawl vessels, so this would be directed open access, limited entry fixed gear, and IFQ gear switchers could fish within the non-trawl RCA with approved non-bottom contact gear. There would be allowance for natural bait, and there's a sub option where LE fixed gear vessels could fish up to their trip limits. Note that in the 23-24 harvest specifications, the council did approve the allowance of specific non-bottom contact gears based on the previous EFP for vessels fishing in the directed open access sector with artificial bait. So this was known as the 12E that everyone became very familiar with. So this alternative would expand that opportunity to all groundfish non-trawl sectors and allow for the use of natural bait or other gear configurations. In terms of impacts, so one of the main differences between 12E and the harvest specifications and this alternative is that vessels in the LE fixed gear sector would be allowed to fish up to their trip limits under the sub options, as opposed to the lower OA limits that they would be restricted to in the harvest specifications. And additionally, IFQ gear switching vessels could use their quota pounds as opposed to declaring into the open access fisheries. For impacts, we are looking at potential increases in catch of groundfish, overall limited impact to habitat based on the style of these gears. And there is, though, a risk to seabird with natural bait. So we are looking, the council did recommend that the EFPs, the Emily Platt and the Real Good Fish EFP, test out the use of natural bait in the 23-24 cycle. And so in attachment 1, we have some discussion on how the vertical hook and line gear, so the Emily Platt style gear, is likely to have limited impacts due to the sink rate and the fishing style of the gear. However, the troll gear configuration is more uncertain. Council staff has been working close with NIMS staff on this action and wanted to provide an update. So NIMS has been keeping the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service informed on the progression of this action, particularly the provision to use natural bait on non-bottom contact gear types that would be legalized for use in the non-trawl RCA as they relate to seabird risk. After discussing both gear types, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is comfortable with using natural bait on vertical gear. So if the council recommends this measure when taking final action, we could proceed with moving this into regulation without reinitiating ESA consultation under the seabird biological opinion. The Fish and Wildlife Service, however, is not comfortable with our approach for troll gear. And the reason is that we lack that data on the sink rate for the gear, and which we likely won't have enough of by the time we take final action, hopefully in March. And so there's a lot of uncertainty on how this gear, if widely used, would impact the risk to seabirds. So if the council recommended the use of natural bait on the troll gear, it would ultimately trigger ESA consultation and could delay the implementation of this action. And you'll actually hear from the GAP a little bit later on this, on the idea to kind of pull that piece out of this range of alternatives. And I would say if you have any questions on the specific thing, I would look to Ms. Kent or Lynn Massey, who's been our counterpart from NIPS on this action related to the seabird. And I might stop here. I'm kind of going to stop with each alternative just to get clarifying questions, if that sounds okay.
Okay, you bet. Questions for Jesse? I think you're good.
Okay, great. Moving on to alternative 2, which would be to move the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms from 4616 to 3427. So this movement would apply to both the commercial groundfish non-trawl sectors and directed halibut. And in addition to moving the RCA boundary, the council developed 3 sub-options to mitigate habitat impacts and yellow-eye bycatch. So sub-option 1A through 1C dealt with developing new EFHCA types. Sub-option 2 was dealing with the area west of Hecata Bank, and sub-option 3 was looking at new YRCAs. And I'm going to step through each of these individually because there's a lot of nuances with the sub-options. In terms of overall impacts with alternative 2, we'd be opening up over 2,300 square miles to non-trawl groundfish and directed halibut fishing. There would be positive socioeconomic benefits to industry and communities through increased access to target stocks. And while there is a degree of uncertainty, there is likely a low risk of impacts to yellow eye, especially with mitigation measures that we currently have or potential new management measures as a part of this package. And based on our assessment, there's likely non-significant impacts to ESA listed species, including humpback seabirds and turtles. So before we get into the specifics of the sub-options, I wanted to do a quick overview of the habitat impacts. So with alternative 2, we would be exposing 201 square miles of bottom trawl EFHCA areas, which is about 2.2% of the total areas of those partially or fully exposed bottom trawl EFHCAs that would be exposed by this alternative 2. So these sub-options would not change the current EFHCA regulations in those areas. This would be creating a new type of EFHCA. And so this would be in addition to what's already there. As of now, any of these EFHCA options would be only applicable to groundfish and not halibut, and that was based on the council motion in April. So we are looking to the council to clarify whether or not any of these restrictions should apply to both groundfish and the directed halibut fishery. Again, as Brett mentioned, the council should consider enforceability, exposed habitat, and the benefit of a holistic look at the next EFH review scheduled in 2025 when considering these sub-options. Okay, so for sub-options 1A through 1C, these would be designating new groundfish bottom contact EFHCAs. So in terms of habitat impacts, the council proposed 2 options in April intended to protect habitat in currently designated bottom trawl EFHCAs. Each of these would create a new groundfish bottom contact EFHCA, and again, would be groundfish specific. So directed halibut trips that do not retain groundfish would not be subject to closures as currently written. Now I'm going to go over examples of each of these sub-options and their applicability, and this is just kind of a generic overview to orient you. So sub-option 1A, this would only apply to the portions of the bottom trawl EFHCAs exposed through the change in the boundary line. And one of the biggest considerations here is that we may have enforcement issues with the size of the newly created EFHCA designation. For sub-option 1B, this applies to the entire bottom trawl EFHCA with, quote, small portions outside of the non-trawl RCA currently. Here, the main thing to consider is the impact to current operations, which may be operating in those bottom trawl EFHCA areas outside of the non-trawl RCA. And finally, sub-option 1C. This is actually new from April and was something council staff developed because as we were going through the analysis of each EFHCA, we noted that there may be some efficiencies gained by creating a new groundfish bottom contact EFHCA over the entire bottom trawl EFHCA, both within and outside of the proposed non-trawl RCA boundary. Now, in the short term, we're talking about similar impacts to 1A or 1B, depending on the area. But we do believe there could be benefits to enforcement by not creating new shapes. And also over the long term, these protections would already be in place if the council were to move the line again prior to the next EFH review, for example. Now, again, a key thing to remember in any of these is that any of these sub-options would not change current EFHCA designations, but would rather be additive to the area. So staff examined each bottom trawl EFHCA and the one bottom contact EFHCA that would be exposed to non-trawl fishing effort through alternative 2 and provides an assessment of the applicability of each sub-option. In determining whether a sub-option was applicable, we considered factors such as enforceability, the potential habitat that would be exposed by the alternative, or for sub-options 1B or 1C, how much area of the EFHCA exists outside of the current non-trawl RCA that would result in a large new closure to fixed gear. And so here on the screen, you can see table 15, a snapshot of that, which you can also pull up much larger on page 76 of attachment 1. And so this lists every EFHCA that is partially or wholly exposed by alternative 2, the map reference in the document, the approximate area that would be exposed under alternative 2 in that EFHCA, and then staff's assessment of whether or not a sub-option was applicable. And you can see 1A, 1B, and 1C in the 3 right-hand columns. Now I do 11 of the 23 bottom trawl EFHCAs were considered to not be applicable to any sub-option based on staff's assessment. However, I do want to note that this is staff's assessment of applicability and is not to be interpreted as a recommendation of any kind. It's just our assessment of what we thought, which options might be applicable. And just pause here for a second. Really want to just make sure everybody kind of understands this table, as it's we really think it's a really good key for decision making. And then I'm going to step through each of the sub options.
Okay. I don't see any hands, so.
Okay. So sub-option 1A would create a groundfish bottom contact EFHCA in the bottom trawl EFHCA area exposed under alternative 2. So here we have 2 EFHCAs as examples. We have Bandon High Spot on the left and the Point Arena South Biogenic Area on the right. Note that I'm only showing a coral and sponge occurrence map here, but there is a HAPC map, a habitat area of particular concern, can be found in the document for each of these areas. Now for the Bandon High Spot, and I'll just orient you really quickly on the different colors on this map. So if you're looking here on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see the outline of the Bandon High Spot EFHCA, and that is in the brown color. The black diagonal lines represent the area that would be removed from the non-trawl RCA. So that's the area here between 100 and 75 fathoms that would be open to fishing. The green hash marks are what would be left within the non-trawl RCA in this little snapshot. And then the red outline portion is the portion of the bottom trawl EFHCA that would now be opened to non-trawl fishing. So for the Bandon High Spot, staff determined that sub-option 1A appears to be an applicable sub-option in this area. The area that would be closed to groundfish bottom contact gear is what is in, again, red here. It appears to be enforceable with a VMS ping rate as the area is greater than 1 mile in total and across the extent of the proposed closure. There are also corals and sponges present in the area, as well as rocky reef hapsies. On the other hand, Point Arena South on the left-hand side does not appear to be applicable. Again, the area outlined in red would be the proposed groundfish bottom contact EFHCA. Here, while there are some coral, sponge, and hapsies in the area proposed to be open, the ability to enforce this closure with the current ping rate is limited given the size of the upper portion of the proposed closure being less than 1 mile in width. Therefore, the council may want to consider if no action for this area is appropriate and waiting to assess any EFH changes during the upcoming EFH review. Moving on to sub-option 1B. So this would be to create a groundfish bottom contact EFHCA in the entire bottom trawl EFHCA with, quote, small areas outside of the current boundary. So there was no, the council did not give any kind of guidance on what small would be. So staff interpreted, based on our assessment, that we identified only 4 EFHCAs that would be applicable for the sub option. That would be Nehalem Bank in the Shale Pile, Bandon High Spot, which we have on our screen again, the Football, and La Cruz Canyon. So we'll look at here at Bandon High Spot on the screen. So if the council were to select sub-option 1B, the entire EFHCA, so that entire brown polygon, would be closed to groundfish bottom contact gear, not just the portion in red, in the red outline that we discussed on the previous slide. However, under this option, it's important to consider that this would actually close areas currently open to groundfish bottom contact gear, such as pots and long lines, as they are currently outside of the non-trawl RCA. In total, for these 4 EFHCA areas that staff identified as applicable for the sub-option, it would be just over 24 square miles of current fishing area that would be closed under the sub-option. So this is where we're really looking to industry potentially, and depending on the council's sub-option, to really consider weighing those closures. And our last sub-option here is the new one developed by staff. So in developing the first 2 sub-options, we noted that some EFHCAs had a large portion of the area still within the non-trawl RCA boundaries that would be that would occur under alternative 2, but that the other 2 sub-options may not be appropriate given that the size of the closure was too small to enforce in the case of 1A, or that a large portion of the boundary existed outside of the seaward boundary, 1B. The intent behind the sub-option was that if the council was interested in providing habitat protection, but the other 2 options didn't seem applicable, this could be an avenue that created less enforcement and administrative burden, as the boundaries of the proposed closure would already be in place. So here we have the Rago Reef EFHCA. There's only about 2.5 square miles of area of the bottom trawl EFHCA that would be exposed under alternative 2. And you can see that in that red triangle here on your screen. And therefore, sub-option 1A that we discussed earlier didn't seem like it would be enforceable or applicable. Additionally, there is no portion of the EFHCA that is outside the current non-trawl RCA. So 1B would not be applicable. There is rocky reef hapsy in the exposed area, although no corals or sponges have been observed there, though, based on the data we have available. However, the big thing here is that the council were going to move the non-trawl RCA boundaries again in the future, but prior to the EFH review, this sub-option would create an efficiency where this area would already be protected, as opposed to having to consider this type of decision again. So this is more of a forward-thinking option. But with that, there are a couple of things the council really should consider. Any efficiencies that may be gained should be considered within the broader question of whether to look at any EFHCA protections in the future review process. Additionally, any portion of the EFHCA in state waters, which you can see here in the example on the screen, would be within the brown outline polygon, but have none of the green shading within it, kind of on the right-hand side of your screen. That's within state waters. So none of that would be closed to groundfish bottom contact gear unless the states took conforming action. And I'm going to pause here and see if there are any questions on sub-options 1A through 1C, given the complexities of all the sub-options.
Very good. Okay, questions for Jesse? You're doing pretty good so far.
Okay, great. Moving on to sub-option 2, prohibit groundfish bottom contact gear in the area west of the Hecata Bank EFHCA. In April, ODFW included a sub-option to prohibit groundfish bottom contact gear in the area west of the Hecata Bank EFHCA. And you can see this outlined in black on the map on your screen. After reviewing the available data, staff recommends closing this area as a YRCA based on yellow eye habitat suitability mapping. And you can see the hotspots here on the screen. So in terms of the color, I know the legend's kind of small here. The warmer colors represent a high probability of yellow eye rockfish suitability, while the cooler colors are a lower probability. And so you can see within that black area, there are some distinct hotspots there. Now, again, this option based on the council motion was specific to groundfish bottom contact gear. So the council would need to specify if this would be also applicable to the directed halibut fishery. But it's important to consider that with the directed halibut, the development of YRCAs, and we'll talk about this with sub option 3 a bit too, is that if the council were to develop this for halibut, we do not currently have a mechanism to turn YRCAs off during in-season. So if this started on as a YRCA, it would take a full rulemaking process to turn that YRCA off for halibut, but we could turn it on and off for groundfish. The council would need to look at developing that mechanism through the halibut process in order to be able to make that in-season change. Now, one thing the council may want to consider is if the council would want to make this entire area, including the EFHCA, into a YRCA in case of future boundary movements. Similar to option 1C, this would create that efficiency and regulatory simplicity, but would instead be based on yellow eye protection instead of habitat protection. And finally, sub-option 3, which would be to develop new YRCAs. So back in April, the council asked staff to look at if there were any new YRCAs that may be developed in the area to be opened. While we have, I think it's 10 or 12 YRCAs on the books, there is none present in the area proposed to be open under alternative 2. So staff identified 3 potential new YRCAs based on the yellow eye suitability maps. You can see here on your screen, it's also figure 15 on page 53 of attachment 1. There's one near Garibaldi Reef and then 2 near Daisy Bank and Stonewall Bank. We assumed that these would be closed to all non-trawl gear, but the council should clarify if you want to develop any of these YRCAs to which sectors that they should apply to. Should it be all non-trawl gear or just commercial fixed gear or bottom contact? Again, if you were to develop these for halibut and make them mandatory, they would need a separate rulemaking to change, and we couldn't turn these on and off in season for halibut at this time. And that concludes alternative 2. So I'm going to stop here one more time and see if there are any questions before moving on to alternative 3.
Very good. Well, we have a hand up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Jesse. A couple of questions. So here talking about YRCAs, can you remind me how the yellow eye suitability maps were created? What information went into that? Is that just habitat based or those observations from in situ surveys?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Watson, I am going to be completely honest that I don't remember all the factors that went into this. This was developed as part of the last EFH review, but it was a mix of, it was not just habitat. I believe there were other factors that went into that model, but yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. One other question with regards to alternative 2, sub-option 2, the Hecata Bank West. So you have here an option for YRCA. Did staff consider using the other approach of just designating this area EFHCA, prohibiting groundfish, non-trawl, bottom contact gear for this area instead of doing a YRCA?
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Watson, we did, but council staff has really thought through this process in that, the EFH review is the best place to really take up EFHCAs. And so to us, this made the most sense and had a rationale why this should be a YRCA. And so that's why we kind of recommended that process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Further questions for Jesse? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
Moving on to alternative 3, removal of the Cowcod Conservation Area. As Brett described at the top of the presentation, the CCA applies to both commercial and recreational fisheries, as with this alternative. Currently, vessels are restricted from fishing outside of the 40-fathom contour, and with this alternative, that restriction would go away with the removal of the CCA. CDFW is proposing new lines, new non-trawl RCA lines to use as management tools at 50, 60, 75, 100, 125, and 150 fathoms around the islands. In addition, CDFW in April identified 8 new closures to protect corals and sponges that would apply to all groundfish vessels, both recreational and commercial. This document refers, our attachment 1 refers to these as proposed groundfish closures, and you can see this as the yellow boxes on your screen. And this would be a new type of closures. In terms of impacts of alternative 3, it would open over 4,600 square miles to groundfish fishing, nearly all of which is closed to bottom trawl. There would be a positive socioeconomic benefit, but a low risk with the mitigation measures to cowcod and bronze spotted. Did want to note that in our analysis, we discovered there is a high presence of yellow eye actually within the eastern CCA, but there is a proposed groundfish closure that would cover a lot of that eastern CCA area and would act as a mitigation measure for yellow eye. Additionally, there is our assessment of a low risk to whales, seabirds, and turtles. For habitat, like I said, the proposed groundfish closures would apply to all recreational and commercial vessels. And 7 out of the 8 of the closures overlap with a bottom trawl EFHCA, and mostly the Southern California Bight bottom trawl EFHCA. The exception is the Northeast Bank closure actually overlaps with the DECA, which is already closed to all bottom contact gear, and that was developed as a part of Amendment 28. While these areas would be proposed to be closed to only groundfish, similar to the alternative 2 closures, state bottom contact fisheries are known to operate in some of the proposed closure areas. And so given the discussion under alternative 2 related to gear types, the council may want to consider application of these closures by gear type, things like non-bottom contact versus bottom contact. And I'm going to cover alternative 5 really quickly, and then I can take questions on these 2 alternatives. So alternative 5 would develop block area closures for commercial groundfish non-trawl sectors, including directed open access, limited entry fixed gear, and IFU gear switchers coast-wide. As a reminder, block area closures are only available for trawl gears currently for mitigating groundfish or prohibited species, with the expansion of block area closure applicability in the 23-24 specs. Block area closures can be implemented pre-season or in-season and can be sector, gear, or duration specific. Now, the main issue that the council needs to consider in developing block area closures for non-trawl gears is the lack of data, and specifically in-season data. The idea behind block area closures is that areas where bycatch of whatever species, groundfish or otherwise, could be closed off to minimize impacts. However, with non-trawl fisheries, there's limited spatio-temporal data available, particularly in season. Fish tickets only provide information on landed catch and a rough scale location at that. WCGOT coverage of the non-trawl fisheries ranges from about 34% of all LE fixed gear sablefish landings to around 5 to 6% of OA or non-sablefish LE fixed gear landings. Further, those estimates are only available the September after the fishing year is complete. While logbook data will be available, the timeliness of these records is still uncertain, particularly in the first year when paper logbooks would be permitted. And I want to pause here and see if there are any questions on the alternative, and then I have our public mapping portal to show the council.
Thank you, Jesse. Questions for Jesse? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Jesse. On slide 25, this is the Alt 3 habitat impacts. You say most of the proposed groundfish closures overlap with the bottom trawl EFHCA. You're talking about the EFHCA area that is all of Southern California virtually, that is currently closed to trawl, that was closed under Amendment 28. Is that correct?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Remco, yes.
Thank you. And then you say most overlap with that area. The portions that do not, are they just shallow water areas, or maybe you can elaborate on what the most is? Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Remco, off the top of my head, I do think there are a few that might sneak into like state water. So there might be some of those shallow water areas. And then it's not on the slide, but 7 of the 8 overlap with the bottom trawl EFHCA. And then that 8th one, the northeast bank, is that DECA closure. So it doesn't technically overlap with the bottom trawl EFHCA. It's a bottom contact EFHCA. So maybe could have been just clearly stated on the slide.
Thank you.
Further questions for Jesse? Bob Dooley.
There it is. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good morning. Morning, Jesse. Thanks. Very complete report as usual. Really appreciate it. I'm looking at alternative 5 block area closures, that slide. You note the lack of the low observer coverage. Was there a concern here about being able to verify the accuracy or the of the logbooks with this low level to compare to? And has there been any indication of how much observer coverage we might see in the future? Is there going to be an adjustment to that, or any indication of that? And then finally, where would I find the data that you were talking about in the observer coverage, those levels? So 3 questions there. Appreciate it.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley, in terms of the logbook question, logbooks we have them for trawl, we have them for non-trawl. So this is a new source of information, and we'll have to kind of evaluate that as it comes. I'd turn specific questions to NIMS and Ms. Kent or Ms. Massey, who are overseeing the logbook role. Your second question related to increasing observer coverage, that is not part of this action. So that would have to be something that is taken up at a separate time. That's not being considered as a part of this action. And on the third, that is can be found within the WICOP report, which I actually believe is now in, there's an observer report that's produced every year and actually shows how much of each landings are observed by each fleet. And I'm happy to find that and send the link to you later.
Thank you, Jesse. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Bob. Anyone else? Oh, Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. If I may, can I ask a question about the beginning of the presentation that's come to me now? Thank you. Back up at the purpose and need, the proposed amendment. I'm just wondering if you can clarify some of the, in the proposed new text. This is slide 5. Thank you. Underlined sentence, the proposed actions minimize adverse effects on designated EFH and sensitive benthic habitats exposed to fishing activity. Did you talk about if the wording there and think about it in the context of all of EFH? Because I'm just I'm thinking about then your numbers that you have down in, what is it, slide, when it's the 2%, I mean, we're talking about affecting 2% of what is already designated EFH, if I'm hearing that statistic correctly.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Imco, I'll clear up the statistic first in that so the 2.2% is of the 23 EFHCAs that would be exposed, what we would be potentially, like in total, we're affecting 2.2% of those. It doesn't include any EFHCAs that are fully within the non-trawl RCA or fully outside or things like that. So I did just want to make that clear on what that 2.2% is. And then I'll turn to Brett, who was the lead on kind of the purpose and need statement.
Thank you. We were just considering those that are already designated, but really specific bottom trawl EFHCAs. So anything that was exposed under this action. So that's where we were focusing our efforts on designing this piece.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I guess I'm just thinking about the words on the screen in the proposed sentence and I don't disagree that the proposed action will minimize adverse effects on some designated EFH, but to me, the numbers sound somewhat de minimis. And so I just want to make sure that pointing this out as part of the purpose and need is appropriate.
Ms. Uremko, duly noted and understood. We tried to create more of a blanket because we didn't know where the range of alternatives might get expanded or contracted. So we just wanted to make sure that we covered the purpose and need holistically. But it can be modified to clarify that if you'd like to in some manner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Nothing further. I just appreciate the dialogue.
Okay. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks for the presentation. And I'm back in the first part of the presentation too. Alternative 2 is the one that moves the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA into 75 fathom. And the alternative 2 impact slide on the third bullets made this reference to the yellow eye impacts, uncertain but likely low risk of impacts to yellow eye. I'm wondering what data that you looked at to come to that conclusion. And there's also a reference to the mitigation measures and what is meant there.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Anderson, yes. So having to think back through what I've looked at. So I did take a look at the available data. Obviously, we haven't had fishing within that 75 to 100 fathom depth bin, but we do have, know what kind of fisheries we are looking to expand in that kind of depth bin. So there could be additional sablefish fishing that kind of can come into 75 fathoms, but we're really looking at the purpose here is to access those shelf stocks. And I know there's a lot of interest to using these mid-water style gears. So I looked at, yellow eye, where yellow eye live. I looked at some bycatch data related to the directed halibut fishery in the IPHC survey. So I dug into that a little bit. I looked at recent harvest specifications, how the directed halibut fishery and our non-nearshore fisheries have done related to their yellow eye harvest guidelines and the kind of the trajectory we are on yellow eye. All that being said, it obviously is uncertain. And so that's why when I say with mitigation measures, that's why we're looking at things like YRCAs and block area closures where we could, the council could choose to block off certain areas that we know are those yellow eye hotspots, or maybe restrict it to gears that don't have as much interaction with yellow eye, where we've seen it, especially with the EFP style gears that we've been allowing within the non-trawl RCA.
Okay, thanks. I'm interested in you said you looked at where they live. And at least I don't have any experience fishing south of the Washington-Oregon border, but north of that, my experience in terms of encountering yellow eye has been between the 75 and 100 fathom depth range, particularly as you get close to the edge of the continental shelf. So it kind of, in my mind, off of Washington, we're talking about an area where they live. So, thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Further questions? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The beginning of that exchange, Jesse, you indicated to Mr. Anderson something about use of midwater gear. And as I understand the proposal to move the line from 100 to 75, that would be removing that territory from the RCA, and therefore would be part of right now the area that we commonly call the slope that has that doesn't have gear restrictions that limit activity to only midwater gear. So I just want to make certain we're clear about that we're talking about when we talk about moving the line, it would allow bottom contact gears.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Input, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, Jesse, back to you.
Okay. And I did want to take a few moments to review our public mapping portal. So the link to this is both within the PowerPoint and in your situation summary. And so you'll see, I'll kind of go through this. I mainly want to focus on the Explore All Layers tab we have here. So the first three tabs, there's a welcome screen that kind of just explains what's here. And then as you click along, there are static maps for no action alternative 1, neither of which would have any changes to the non-trawl RCA boundary. And it has descriptions of each of the alternatives here on the left-hand side. You can see alternative 2, which is the movement of the seaward boundary to 75 fathoms and all of the sub-options. Alternative 3 focuses down here on the CCA, and the description of that can be found here. But what I really wanted to spend just a few minutes in orienting everyone to is this Explore All Layers tab. So we noted, for those of y'all who remember the Amendment 28 Trawl EFH, the Trawl RCA and EFH process, there was a public mapping portal developed for that everyone seemed to be use a lot and seemed pretty handy to have. So here, my screen is being a little strange. Apologies for this. I think it's just my external screen. But you can see a list of layers here on the right-hand side. And then our mapping tool over here. And so I just kind of wanted to point out, I'm going to go ahead and go down to alternative 2. And I can actually zoom in and see, for example, so under alternative 2, the non-trawl RCA would be moved from 100 or 125 fathoms into 75 fathoms. So the green area would remain within the non-trawl RCA. The horizontal lines here, the lined part, is what would be removed from the non-trawl RCA. And you can just see here, I'm at the Washington-Oregon border, so there's no proposed changes off of Washington, so that's up here in yellow. But then if I wanted to, let's see here, dig in a little bit to what might happen in terms of those EFH CAs that were exposed. So I'm going to pull up here. Here's Nehalem Bank and Garibaldi Reef, for example. And I can actually highlight here with red, this EFHCA is to be exposed to non-trawl gear, the exact portions that would overlay with that area. And I think if I zoom in a little bit closer, The GAP actually also requested that we drop in the nautical charts here. So we were able to add that between the GAP and GMT webinars and this meeting so that people could have a better sense of what was happening there. And then, for example, we could add in another layer of, okay, what seafloor is occurring underneath this habitat? And so this turns on the seafloor substrate layer, and the legend is you can print these maps, which is great. There's also a really cool measurement tool, so you can see like how big these polygons are, or you want to measure the distance between an area. There's also these 3 little dots I wanted to point out here on the right-hand side of the screen. So you can zoom to specific layers. You could also, let's say, make the EFHCAs more or less transparent if you wanted to, for example, see multiple different layers within each area. So this is a really neat tool. We hope everybody is able to kind of play around with it, specifically of your areas of interest. And, we're planning on keeping this updated based on what the council's action here today is before we get to final preferred alternative, hopefully in March. So are there any questions on the public portal or any of its functionalities that I can answer?
Okay, questions on the portal? I don't see any.
Okay, so
Doing great.
just to wrap this up, your council action here today, will actually be tomorrow, is to review and potentially revise the purpose and need and the range of alternatives and to adopt a PPA as appropriate. And Brett and I would be happy to take any questions if anybody has any other on the presentation or the document.
Very good. Okay, questions on the presentation? See, there's only been a few asked, so, all right. Well, really good, and that's a great, very thorough overview, and yeah, great job. Okay, with that, that'll take us to our state reports, and I will look to Heather to see if she wants to speak for worship.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pettinger. Good morning, everybody. The WDFW report under this agenda item has been in since the advanced briefing book deadline. So I will not read it word for word, but try to summarize it. And so it's clear to folks. Start out here just making it clear that WDFW is not ready to propose any specific area openings for alternative 4 at this time. We've noted all along our alternative 4, the alternative that looks at Washington really has a different purpose and conservation and management urgency to the other alternatives. We still support alternative 5 and the analysis of block area closures to continue with the coast-wide scope. Alternative 4, and which are changes to the non-trawl RCA off Washington, and alternatives 1 through 3 that reflect changes in Oregon and California. The alternatives 1 through 3 look at reducing pressure on nearshore stocks while sustaining participation in the commercial nearshore fishery by allowing access to shelf rockfish populations. Alternative 4 rather looks at sablefish fixed scare fleet and providing access to shallow water areas to target larger sablefish in the late summer and early fall. Early on in this process for Washington, we looked at very clear objectives that we wanted to use in evaluating our changes. We list those in our report just as a reminder of what those are. And in our initial exploration and what we generally know, it was clear that we couldn't look at a wholesale change to the RCA without hitting one of those objectives or being in conflict with one of those objectives. So while we're still willing to look at options here, it's just not along the same timeline and need as alternatives 1 through 3. We recognize that both our recreational and commercial sectors contributed to the rebuilding of the stocks that allow us to look at these RCA changes, and acknowledge that we still have some work to do to work with our recreational and commercial sectors before we could propose any changes. So I think that pretty much covers it. I'd be happy to answer any questions about our WDFW report here, or talk more about it tomorrow. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather on the WDFW report? Okay. Next, we'll go to Marcy Rimko and the CDFW report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll be speaking to supplemental CDFW report 1 under agenda item G6A. Maybe just start by thanking council staff for the presentation, which very nicely outlines alternative 3, which is repeal of the cow-cod conservation areas. So our report speaks directly to alternative 3. Also, as I go through this report, I'm going to put a big asterisk in one particular sentence that I will come back to at the end of the report. So stand by for that. In April of 2022, the council adopted a range of alternatives for this item that included a proposal to close new areas within the existing cow-cod conservation area that was concurrent with repeal of the CCA as described in the CDFW report from April. CDFW provides this report to further describe the need for these proposed areas. And as we saw, there are 8 of them. The areas proposed were identified through a multi-stakeholder process to meet a suite of goals. Those goals were: 1, protecting corals and sponges in areas with high suitability habitat for these organisms. 2, allow for additional fishing opportunities in the areas currently closed in the CCAs. 3, ensure proposed areas are of adequate size and shape to be enforceable. And 4, minimize regulatory complexity. CDFW and the stakeholder group recommended and continue to recommend that these areas be closed to all groundfish fishing in order to best achieve all of these goals in tandem. Typically, area closures for the purposes of protecting corals, sponges, or other benthic needs are specific to bottom contact gears, which are more commonly associated with commercial groundfish fishing activity. However, CDFW supports the proposed action to include closure to all fishing sectors and gears that are legally allowed to take groundfish, not just gears that are federally designated as groundfish bottom contact gears. California regulations specific to recreational groundfish fishing do not explicitly distinguish between bottom contact or non-bottom contact gear types. There is no recreational regulation defining midwater only gear versus other gear configurations that commonly touch or make temporary contact with the bottom. Despite the diverse configurations and methods of recreational gears used off California, methods most commonly used to target and catch groundfish involve dropping a weighted line to the bottom or bouncing a heavy jig along the bottom, such that temporary bottom contact is made. While regulations are in place to limit each angler to 1 line and 2 hooks for most of the groundfish species, the number of recreational anglers and associated fishing effort, particularly in Southern California, is significant. Moreover, there is no regulation limiting the amount of weight that may be used on the angler's line to get the hooks to the bottom. CDFW supports prohibiting all groundfish fishing within the proposed protection areas to promote equity among all sectors and fleets, rather than offering exceptions for some groundfish fishing sectors to fish in these areas using defined midwater gear. Prohibition for all gear also provides the most effective protection for coral and sponge aggregations in the proposed closed areas. This one size fits all, quote, no groundfish fishing or possession of groundfish aboard, unquote, and here's the asterisk, because I want to talk about that. Approach to the proposed closed areas also has the benefit of regulatory clarity and simplicity, which in turn allows for ease of enforcement. This approach is consistent with comments offered in the EC report from April of 22, which noted the proposed area closures are difficult for enforcement assets to patrol due to their remote offshore locations. So that phrase about the one size fits all, quote, no groundfish fishing or possession of groundfish aboard phrasing caused some concern among stakeholders. And I just would like to offer some clarity on that to indicate that when we say no possession of groundfish aboard, there's a very big exception to that, and that's for transit. California state regulations allows for groundfish aboard and transiting through closed areas as long as no gear is deployed. So we are not proposing anything new or different here or proposing that these closure areas operate any differently. But again, apologies for the confusion with that phrasing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Questions for Marcy on the CDFW report? Okay, we'll turn to Jessica Watson and the ODFW report. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to start off by echoing Marcy's thanks to council staff for all of the effort that went into this analysis and the creation of the mapping tool that helped us inform our report. So I'll be reading Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's supplemental report. This report seeks to inform council and other interested parties of important issues the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife identified during the review of the information presented in G6 Attachment 1. ODFW feels that additional consideration is warranted given the impacts of habitat information used for analysis for the alternative 2 sub-options. The source of the information supporting this discussion is Goldfinger et al. 2014 and personal communications with Joe Bizarro, who's a NOAA contractor. First, as presented in section 3.7.2.1, the effects of the alternative 2, the analysis of the rocky habitat affected by the alternative 2 sub-options was conducted using the Rocky Reef Habitat Area of Particular Concern, or HAPC dataset. This is a standalone dataset that is a subset of a comprehensive seafloor geological habitat dataset known as SGH, developed for the 2006 Groundfish Essential Fish Habitat Review. SGH version 3.1 was updated with substantial amounts of new mapping data off all 3 states in 2011. And SGH version 3.6 for the Groundfish EFH review, and again in 2014 and 2017 as SGH version 4. And that was in support of regional seafloor assessment for ocean energy development. The HAPC dataset used in this analysis of alternative 2 was not updated beyond that SGH version 3.1 because the scope of the recent EFH review did not include evaluation of HAPCs. For essential fish habitat conservation areas, such as Garibaldi Reef North, EFHCA, and Garibaldi Reef South, EFHCA, and Ergo Reef, EFHCA, the analysis underestimates the amount of rocky reef impacted by the sub-options in Figure 1. And this can also be viewed in that data portal when looking at turning on those data layers that Jesse showed, looking at HAPC versus the rocky habitat. A separate issue with the habitat data used in the environmental assessment has to do with the comprehensive habitat data set. So SGH version 4.0 includes important modifications and updates to the underlying attributes that attribute field definitions. One important modification resulted in significant changes to the mixed code of the in-duration classification scheme, so that hard, mixed, and soft. In all instances, the primary substrate type of the updated mixed code is rock, boulder, cobble, or a rock mix. The 3-code scheme of hard, mixed, and soft in this SGH4 implies That mixed does not contain significant rock, and you can see that in the map below in figure 2A. In fact, though, the majority of areas classified as mixed are nearly entirely rock and with higher rocky habitat diversity of bedrock, boulder, cobble, and ecological value than the hard classification, and that can be seen in figure 2B. The 2-code in induration dataset hard and soft appropriately classifies important rocky habitats by merging the hard and mixed classes. The National Marine Fisheries Service provides the 2-code induration scheme for this analysis that can be seen on that map viewer that was presented earlier by staff, developed for this analysis. And you can see that here and what we saw on the screen earlier with the mixed being shown in brown in this figure 2A, and the red being shown as hard. And then the difference between A and B is shown here of seeing that really a lot of that mixed substrate is actually hard. Could also be classified hard under that 2 scheme induration code. The data quality of the underlying seafloor mapping data is also relevant to the analysis of the alternatives. Seafloor mapping survey footprints were scored based on a combination of factors that determine the data quality, including data resolution, survey scale, both at the local and regional level, type of survey data, and ground truthing. The scores below 4 indicate areas where only regional scale, not local scale mapping occurred. So the EFHCAs off Oregon affected by Alternative 2 have high data quality scores, with the exception of the Rogue Reef EFHCA and portions of the Arago Reef EFHCA. However, new seafloor mapping and remotely operated vehicle surveys conducted by ODFW at Arago Reef EFHCA in 2019 provide added confidence about the underlying habitat of those areas. So given these identified habitat analysis issues, ODFW provides the following recommendations to be considered for future analyses: that the habitat analyses be done using that updated SGH4 data set, and that the HAPC data set be updated to SGH4 at the earliest opportunity. And for analyses intended to identify areas of ecologically important rocky habitat, that the analysis use the 2-code induration scheme of hard and soft, as it seems more appropriate. And data quality of the habitat information be considered to address uncertainty in analyses intended to identify areas of ecologically important rocky habitat. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Questions on the ODFW report? Okay, thank you, Jessica. And that will take us to the GMT report. And Katie Pearson.
Good morning, council members. Agenda item G6A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, September 2022. Groundfish Management Team Report on Non-Trawl Area Management. The Groundfish Management Team received an overview of this agenda item from Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse and Mr. Brett Weedoff of Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, reviewed the materials in the briefing book, listened to the discussion in the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and held a discussion with Ms. Lynn Massey and Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse to get further clarity. The GMT recommends incorporating the additional language proposed in Attachment 1 into the purpose and need. However, the GMT acknowledges that the intended purpose of the action is to provide access to healthy shelf species within the current non-trawl rockfish conservation area and cowcod conservation areas. The GMT recommends moving alternatives 1, 2, 3, and 5 forward and selecting them as the preliminary preferred alternatives. The GMT recommends that the council move the Washington Alternative 4 into the workload prioritization list, Table B, on agenda item G2A, GMT report, September of 2022. Under the alternative 2 sub-options, the GMT believes that a comprehensive review of habitat under the Essential Fish Habitat Review will better inform the type of habitat protections that may be needed in exposed areas. The GMT does not have the habitat expertise or information to make those specific recommendations at this time. Longline and pot gear effort is not expected to be concentrated on the newly opened areas, since they are not accessing shelf stocks predominantly in the areas that will be opening. We do not have adequate information to inform the potential habitat impacts of pot and longline gear. Therefore, a holistic approach, i.e. EFH review, that can be informed by more time and more habitat analysis is warranted. However, if any of the sub-options do move forward, the GMT recommends that the council restrict habitat vessels at a level comparable to groundfish vessels in these areas. The GMT suggests that this may be accomplished by amending the Pacific Halibut Catch Sharing Plan via the annual process using if-then statements similar to what the recreational fisheries use. The GMT sees merit in using yellow eye rockfish conservation areas to protect yellow eye rockfish habitat as tools in the toolbox that have a finer scale than the alternative 5 block area closures. However, because of the yellow eye rockfish rebuilding status, the council could look at protecting the habitat as EFHCAs that is used to inform the yellow eye rockfish habitat suitability model during the EFH review. EFHCAs generally allow for longer term protections than YRCAs. While YRCAs could be established as an in-season tool for groundfish vessels, the GMT notes that YRCAs are not currently available as an in-season tool within the halibut regulations. Currently, the GMT only reports the recent year's landings of non-sable fish targeted trips in the analytical document. Observer coverage rates are on average about 4% in the non-sable fish limited entry fixed gear sector from 2016 to 2019, and approximately 6.5% for the open access fixed gear sector coastwide from 2016 to 2019, which increases the uncertainty around the mortality estimates. Therefore, as this action moves forward in the future, consideration will need to be given on how we inform projections of non-nearshore, non-sable fish fleet activity and impacts. And that concludes my report.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Katie. Questions on the GMT report? Marcy, you're up. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Katie. I'm struggling a little bit with the GMT's recommended incorporation of the additional language proposed in attachment 1 to the purpose and need. And then the rest of the statement seems to suggest that the comprehensive habitat review is coming under the EFH review in the future. So I'm just trying to understand. I mean, you make this recommendation, but then you don't offer a lot of rationale for doing so. So maybe you can elaborate on that. Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Yaremko. I think such as Mr. Wiedoff explained in their rationale, I think this was meant to be inclusive. I think that the GMT recognized that there is very important habitat impacts, and whether or not alternative 2 goes forward with the sub options or not, it still remains to be seen. So I think this is kind of a comprehensive purpose and need. And as you move forward, as we have noted, I think the council can make suggested edits.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. That makes sense. I appreciate your thinking on that. On your point about restricting halibut vessels at a level comparable to groundfish vessels, can you help me understand what that means? Thanks.
Through the Vice Chair, Mr. Yaremko. Yes, that basically just means that we wanted the council, we recommend that the council restricts halibut vessels where groundfish vessels are also restricted, so that halibut and groundfish have the same restrictions in the areas proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So there's nothing meant by the term at a level. That's
no.
It's locate. You're talking about
location.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Further questions, the GMT? Okay, seeing that, thank you, Katie. Next up will be the Habitat Committee and Corey Green. Is he online? Corey, I see you.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. Can you hear me?
We can.
I'll be reading agenda item G6A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1, the report on non-trawl area management. The Habitat Committee received a briefing from council staff Jesse Dorpinghouse and Brett Wiedoff on the range of alternatives for providing fishery access in the non-trawl rockfish conservation areas, or NTRCAs, and the east and west cowcod conservation areas, the CCAs. The HC is pleased that the purpose statement was revised to minimize adverse effects on essential fish habitat and sensitive habitats. However, it does not explicitly include habitat protection as part of the purpose. The HC recommends revising the purpose statement with the additional language in bold. The purpose of the proposed actions is to provide access to additional areas that are currently closed to groundfish fishing inside the RCA and cowcod conservation area. In addition, and here's the bold, the purpose of the proposed action is to minimize adverse effects on designated EFH and sensitive benthic habitats exposed to fishing activity, mitigate bycatch of groundfish and protected and prohibited species, and continue to protect fisheries resources and their habitats. As in our previous reports on this management measure, the HC recommends a precautionary approach, but balanced as well, protecting important and sensitive habitats while opening areas to fishing where habitat impacts are less likely. Longline and pots are easily deployed in complex rocky habitats where structural features and habitat-forming invertebrates are easily disturbed or damaged from breakage, crushing, dislodging, or displacing. In rocky reef habitat areas of particular concern, HAPCs, or HAPCs, in essential fish habitat conservation areas were specifically identified for protection because of their importance or sensitivity. Although the scope of Amendment 28 was limited to bottom trawl gear, the NTRCA has provided additional habitat protection from groundfish non-trawl bottom contact gear in EFHCAs in the NTRCA for the past 2 decades. Before lifting protections from these important habitats, additional information should be considered, such as updated high-resolution seafloor habitat data, coral and sponge suitability, high-resolution spatial fishing effort, and an updated and thorough review of gear impact studies. The HC considered the alternatives presented in the EA and recommends that the preliminary preferred alternative include a blend of elements from the alternatives to provide for substantial new fishing opportunities while maintaining habitat protection in sensitive areas. To mitigate potential habitat impacts of the proposed alternatives, the HC recommends implementing groundfish non-trawl bottom contact gear closures for EFHCAs affected by this action if rocky habitat is present. In the absence of comprehensive deep sea coral surveys in most of the EFHCAs, and therefore a lack of absence data, the HC did not use this criteria for most areas. Although where corals and sponges are observed, we encourage protection from groundfish bottom contact gear. For EFHCAs that would be exposed by opening portions of the NTRCA, a precautionary approach would retain the current level of habitat protection until the next groundfish EFH review, when the decision to open these areas would be well informed with the best available information as noted above. For the EFHCAs with portions outside the current NTRCA, that HC recommends status quo in case there is groundfish non-trawl fishing already occurring in those areas. Note that we were unable to assess if fishing activity occurs there because fishing information was not available for this review. So we have some specific recommendations for the alternatives. Following the rationale above, the HC has several recommendations on which PPA alternatives best address the purpose and needs and provide the best protection for different EFHCAs. The Habitat Committee notes that recommendations on the alternatives provided in this report may not align with all the priorities of the states. Alternative 1. The HC supports Alternative 1 as the PPA. The alternative follows fishing with approved non-bottom contact hook and gear line in the non-trawl RCA off Oregon and California that will now be open under the 2023 to 24 harvest specifications, which will provide thousands of square miles of new fishing opportunity with minimal to no adverse impact on benthic habitats. The two measures combined may also serve to alleviate fishing pressure shoreward and seaward of the non-trawl RCA. Alternative 2. Based on our rationale provided above, the HC does not recommend including Alternative 2 in the PPA. However, if the Council chooses to include Alternative 2 in the PPA, the HC supports doing so with the addition of sub-options applied as follows. Here is where we get into some detail about slight differences in the sub-options, which might make some EFHCAs more protected compared to other sub-options. So Alternative 2, sub-option 1A. The HC supports the sub-option as it would maintain the status quo of habitat protection in the portion of these EFHCAs that have been closed to groundfish bottom contact gear for 19 years, while not impacting areas currently open to bottom contact gear. The HC recommends the sub-option for the following EFHCAs: Nehalem Bank, Bandon High Spot, Point Arena, South Biogenic Area, Gobbler's Knob, and Point Conception. Alternative 2, sub-option 1C. The HC supports the sub-option as it would maintain status quo of habitat protection over the entire EFHCA and be easier to enforce the small areas that would otherwise be open under Alternative 2. The HC recommends the sub-option for the following EFHCAs: Garibaldi Reef North, Garibaldi Reef South, Ergo Reef, the Football, Farallon Island, Fanny Shoal, Cochrane Bank, La Cruz Canyon. Alternative 2, sub-option 2. The HC supports this sub-option in concept in that it maintains status quo of habitat protection for the important and sensitive habitats of Hecata Bank's west margin. However, this protection is only in place so long as the YRCA is in effect, because the YRCA is not meant as a habitat protection measure. The YRCA management tool could be lifted when yellow eye rockfish numbers improve, thus exposing these sensitive habitats to groundfish non-trawl bottom contact gear. The ODFW report in April 2022 and council discussion supporting the motion on Hecata Bank was clear in its intent. The intent here is to minimize, to the extent practicable, adverse effects of fishing on groundfish EFAs and to minimize impacts on yellow eye rockfish as they rebuild by adding a layer of protection in this area as recommended by the Habitat Committee as well as the proposed ODFW report. The HC recommends applying an EFHCA prohibiting groundfish non-trawl bottom contact gear to the west region of Hecata Bank. The goal being to provide continued and intentional habitat protection until the next groundfish EFH review. Alternative 2, sub-option 3. The HC supports Alternative 2, sub-option 3 because the YRCAs offer protection for rocky habitat for yellow eye rockfish and provide additional habitat protection for all benthic species. The HC recommends including this in the PPA. Alternative 3, the HC supports the CDFW recommendations for Alternative 3 that repeals the CCA and protects important coral habitats and recommends including this in the PPA. Additional rationale in support of our recommendations for the alternatives and additional comments are attached for council consideration to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Questions for Corey on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Corey. I think we're going to go for a 10-minute break here, I think, and come back at 9:40 and start with the EC report. So. We could take our seats. Okay, well, welcome back. And we're in the middle of our reports, so we're next up is the EC report and Greg Bush. Greg, are you there?
I am, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item G6A, Supplemental EC Report 1, Enforcement Consultants Report on Non-Trawl Sector Area Management Measures. The enforcement consultants have reviewed the documents pertaining to agenda item G6, Non-Trawl Sector Area Management Measures, received a presentation by Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, Ms. Jessie Dorpinghouse, and National Marine Fisheries Service staff, Ms. Lynn Massey, and provides the following comments. The EC appreciates the consideration taken to date of prior EC statements related to this agenda item, and I've listed those in the parentheses. The EC reminds the council that in general, it prefers to change the size of a conservation area to allowing or expanding effort within that area. Clearly defined conservation areas that are closed to fishing are much easier to enforce than areas that allow use of certain gear types or retention of certain species. The EC is concerned with any proposed increase in authorized fishing activity within a conservation area due to the increased need for additional shoreside monitoring and at-sea enforcement to ensure gear and retention requirements are met. EC comments regarding G6, Attachment 1. The EC has no comment regarding the no action alternative. Alternative 1, allow non-trawl fishery vessels, directed open access and limited entry fixed gear, and vessels that use non-trawl gear in the individual fishing quota program, IFQ gear switchers, to use approved non-bottom contact hook and line gear in the non-trawl rockfish conservation area between 4616 and the border of Mexico. And sub-option 1, allow limited entry fixed gear vessels targeting groundfish to fish in the non-trawl RCA using approved hook and line gear may fish up to limited entry fixed gear trip limits. The EC notes that alternative 1, including the addition of sub-option 1, appears to be enforceable, but notes that new declaration codes may need to be created for limited entry fixed gear and IFQ gear switching vessels allowed to fish with non-bottom contact gear within the non-trawl RCA. Alternative 2, adjust the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms from 4616 north to 3427 north latitude for both commercial groundfish and directed halibut fishing activity. The EC would prefer alternative 2 if it included the removal of the non-bottom contact fishing within the non-trawl RCA recently approved in the 2023-2024 harbor specifications and management measures. Adjusting the non-trawl RCA boundary while continuing to allow additional fishing does not provide any relief to the enforcement challenges that are anticipated by allowing expanded fishing inside the non-trawl RCA. The EC does not recommend including sub-options 1A through C, as they would increase enforcement complexity due to the creation of essential fish habitat conservation area polygons with varying fishery restrictions. The EC would like to extend our appreciation to staff for considering the enforceability of small polygons in sub-option 1A, as highlighted in Table 15. The EC recommends that if this alternative is selected, that halibut and groundfish regulations be aligned to ensure regulatory consistency and reduce enforcement challenges. Regarding suboption 3, the EC recommends that the southeast point of staff proposed YRCA Area 1 be adjusted to incorporate Garibaldi Reef South EFHCA, including all exposed area of Garibaldi Reef North within the YRCA Area 1, but only a small portion of Garibaldi Reef South may cause confusion and an enforcement challenge due to the presence of multiple overlapping conservation areas and a relatively small area. Alternative 3, repeal the cod conservation area for commercial and recreational fishing. The EC appreciates supplemental CDFW Report 1 and its support to close the proposed areas to fishing for groundfish with both bottom contact and not bottom contact gear. The EC has also previously stated it is in support of allowing continuous transit through the proposed areas with groundfish on board, provided gear is stowed. There are still enforcement concerns with allowing any fishing in these areas. However, the EC would support allowing the area to be open to fishing for non-groundfish species while using non-bottom contact gear, such as fishing for highly migratory species, provided there is no groundfish on board and bottom contact gear is not being used. The EC has no comment regarding alternatives 4 and 5. This concludes the EC statement.
Okay. Thank you, Greg. Questions on the EC report? Marcy Uremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Greg. I'm looking at the very end of your report relative to alternative 3 on repeal of the cow-cod areas. My first question for you, the second sentence, you say, the EC has previously stated it is in support of allowing continuous transit through the proposed areas with groundfish on board, provided gear is stowed. My question is, when you say provided gear is stowed, would it be equally acceptable that gear not be deployed, which is the regulatory language that the state of California uses to allow for transit while groundfish is aboard?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Rumpko. Through the Vice Chair, I would, from my personal perspective, I would consider that to be acceptable for recreational vessels, but not for commercial. For commercial vessels, we have a higher standard that is typically used to ensure gear is not ready to deploy, and it's completely put away when you're transiting through closed areas. For recreational vessels, I realize that you're dealing with typically hook and line, smaller gear. The concern is if it is deployed, and being consistent with the current California regulations, I believe would be acceptable.
Thank you, Greg, if I may continue. I'm looking at the last sentence in the paragraph. EC would support allowing the area to be open to fishing for non-groundfish species using non-bottom contact gear, e.g. fishing for highly migratory species, provided there is no groundfish on board and bottom contact gear is not being used. My question is, did you have discussions in the EC room with council staff or with NIM staff about the scope of the proposed action under consideration here? And the reason I ask is this sentence appears to suggest that we would be trying to limit, say, HMS gear and fishing in these closed areas to only non-bottom contact gear. And my understanding is that we have no ability to make any adjustments to HMS or other regulations in this action, that were we to do something like that, we'd need to consider it in the comprehensive EFH action that would be considered 3 or so years from now. So I'm hoping maybe you can clarify the EC discussion and the discussions you've had with council and NIV staff. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Remco, for the question. And through the vice chair, we did not look at the comprehensive scope, and we recognize that this would be a considerable issue that would require the cost benefit analysis and looking at the totality of vessels that are currently fishing in that area and what type of gear they're using. We did note that bottom contact gear does have a basic definition within regulations. And there's typically, as you noted in your statement, you don't have the distinction or the fine definitions used within CDF regulations. The most important thing for us was what you included within the CDFW report that would not allow for fishing both midwater, or not allow for fishing for any groundfish within the closed area, nor fishing while retaining groundfish on board or while having groundfish on board. That was the most important aspect. In an ideal world, the EC noted that we would also have restrictions on allowing bottom contact gear. So vessels that were targeting salmon or HMS or other species and not deploying gear that is typically used for catching species on the bottom, the hook and line gear that's jigged off the bottom, that we included that. Just that is an ideal desire for us. But the bottom line for the answer is no. We did not discuss and look at the totality of the scope and recognize that that is something that may be beyond consideration for this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Greg. That's very helpful. I appreciate your thorough explanation there, and just want to acknowledge the EC for raising the point. I appreciate you doing so. I think, we do need to consider the totality of the circumstances. And in this item, we are focused only on groundfish measures, but there is that greater need to consider that there are other vessels in this area targeting other species. And sometimes that targeting can occur on mixed trips. And the situation is real, and I'm certainly very cognizant of the challenges it poses for enforcement. So I'm glad for the note in the report here, and you've made the reminder in prior reports, and it's I think not lost on anyone around the table here. But we will look forward to addressing those issues maybe more comprehensively in the EFH review. So thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further questions for the EC? Not seeing any. Thank you, Greg. Next up is the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, and Gary Richter and Harrison Nightblock.
Vice Chair, Council, good morning. Be reading Agenda Item G6A, Supplemental Gap Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Non-Trawl Area Management. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel held a work session on August 25th, 2022 to discuss this topic. Mr. Brett Weedoff and Ms. Jessie Dorbringus, Council staff, officers, and Ms. Lynn Massey, NIMS presented an overview of the current status on the non-trawl area management package and how to use the public mapping portal online. The GAP appreciates the council moving this package forward, especially considering potential changes in stock status to some species. Additionally, we appreciate the time and effort on behalf of council and NIMS staff to create the mapping portal with the addition of nautical charts as a separate layer. This has been useful for visualizing some of the changes and how they relate to existing fishing practices. Regarding the concern for some stocks, specifically yellow eye, which is still rebuilding, the draft environmental analysis regulatory impact review notes Overall, there is no significant impact on stocks under any of the alternatives, as all stocks would continue to be managed within their respective catch limits. Therefore, the GAP believes this should give the council some comfort in allowing the non-trawl sector access to previously closed areas. Yellow eye impacts are discussed in greater detail below. Regarding the draft purpose and needs statement reprinted below from the draft environmental analysis regulatory impact review, the GAP suggests removing the essential fish habitat EFH aspect from the purpose and need and narrowing this action specifically to protection of overfished species. This follows the original need for rockfish conservation areas in general. Habitat protection is a separate but frequently related issue. The purpose of the proposed actions is to provide access to additional areas that are currently closed to groundfish fishing inside the non-trawl rockfish conservation area and the cowcod conservation area. In addition, the proposed actions minimize adverse effects on designated EFH and sensitive benthic habitats exposed to fishing activity, mitigate bycatch of groundfish and protected and prohibited species, and continue to protect fishery resources and their habitats. The non-trawl sector is presently unable to access many target species where they are most abundant. The actions are needed to provide increased access to non-overfished shelf rockfish stocks and other important target stocks that can be found in the existing non-trawl groundfish conservation areas, thereby increasing the overall potential economic value of the groundfish and non-tribal directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery. The actions are also needed to help diversify fishing strategies in light of restricted opportunities in other groundfish and non-groundfish fisheries, and to provide more stable year-round fishing opportunities, expand opportunities to supply seafood, and increase potential financial benefit to fishermen, communities, and the infrastructures they support. The proposed actions include moving or modifying the existing non-trawl RCA, allowing groundfish fishing inside the non-trawl RCA using only select gears that minimize bottom contact, removal of the CCAs, the development of new closed areas that may restrict some fishing activity, and the development of a block area closure tool for pre-season or in-season bycatch management. The discretionary authorities under Section 303 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act may be used to protect species and habitats, including deep-sea corals and overfished species. As the GAP stated in April 2022 in our agenda item F6A supplemental GAP report, considering the holistic nature of including habitat areas in the package is thoughtful, but the GAP is concerned that the impetus of the original requests will be lost and that combining areas deemed for management with areas created for habitat protection will unnecessarily conflate the primary problem, which is finding a path forward to enable non-trawl fishermen access to healthy stocks on the shelf and slope, primarily midwater species, and decrease pressure on nearshore stocks. Furthermore, other pathways exist to accommodate and protect EFH areas for the following reasons. The areas potentially open to non-trawl gears are comparatively small. The EFH review is coming up soon, only a year after the expected implementation of this package. Non-trawl gears will have little to no impact on EFH. For these reasons, the GAP suggests removing the EFH aspect from the purpose and needs statement and combining EFH considerations into the comprehensive review of these EFH areas in 2025. Overall, the GAP recommends selecting alternatives 1, 2, 3, and 5 as the final range of alternatives and as a preliminary preferred alternatives. Regarding specific alternatives and sub-options, the GAP has the following comments. Alternative 1, allow non-trawl fishery vessels, directed open access and limited entry fixed gear, and vessels that use non-trawl gear in the individual fishing quota program, gear switchers, to provide non-bottom contact hook and line gear in the non-trawl rockfish conservation area between this 4616 and the border to Mexico. The GAP supports this alternative. Furthermore, we understand that consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to ensure the use of natural bait on troll gears would delay the whole package. The priority remains getting some part of the RCA open immediately to provide fishermen the flexibility to fish in deeper waters and take some of the pressure off the nearshore stocks. The GAP notes that troll gear, also called Vietnamese gear or shrimp fly gear, has typically used lures as opposed to bait. Therefore, it seems reasonable to implement the provision for using natural bait with vertical jig gear at this time and move the natural bait with troll gear forward on a separate timeline. The gap requests analysis of an option where the non-bottom contact hook and line gear be suspended no less than 30 feet from the bottom as opposed to the current 50-foot requirement. Rationale: a 30-foot leader would allow better access to deeper dwelling shelf rockfish species such as Bocaccia rockfish, widow rockfish, canary rockfish, and chili pepper rockfish, species that tend to hang a little bit closer to the bottom. Maintaining at least a 30-foot leader is in the fisherman's best interest to keep the fishing gear well off the bottom to avoid any snags that would threaten loss of very expensive fishing gear. The gap notes this 30-foot leader would be consistent with the Oregon recreational long leader vertical hook and line gear. Thus, there may be available catch data to analyze. Sub-option 1, limit entry fixed gear vessels targeting groundfish to fish in the non-trawl RCA using approved hook and line gear may fish up to limit entry trip limits. The gap supported this option in April and continues to do so. We appreciate and support this alternative and sub-option being extended to the California-Mexico border. Alternative 2, adjust the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA to 75 fathoms from the 4616 to the 3427 for both commercial groundfish and directed halibut fishing activity. While the gap appreciates the development of the sub-options for this alternative, the gap does not support sub-options 1A, 1B, and 1C at this time. All of the sub-options add or create new closure areas. The whole point of initiating this package was to gain access to previously closed areas, not add new layers of closed areas. However, the gap acknowledges that some habitat areas may warrant additional discussion and/or protections. Therefore, the gap encourages the council to utilize EFH review process in 2025 to take a holistic look at new or modified EFH protections. The draft EA RIR notes additional yellow eye impacts could be expected. The gap acknowledges this should be monitored as closely as possible and managed through in-season actions. The EA RIR also indicates that those additional impacts are expected to remain within the boundaries established in the 2023-2024 biennial harvest specifications and management measures EA. The gap expects that as more fishermen transition to using midwater gear, yellow eye impacts should remain low. The gap also discussed whether the EFHCAs should apply to the directed halibut fishery. The gap could not come to any consensus opinion about how best to handle this situation and recommends further discussion on the topic. Sub-options 2, prohibit groundfish bottom contact here in the area west of Hecata Bank, EFHCA. The gap is supportive of preserving the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife research area to the west of Hecata Bank. However, we propose modifying the closed area and being south of the 44 north latitude. The area to the north is fishing grounds of significant interest to the fleet, but we recognize the importance of maintaining the research areas. Sub-option 3, identify potential new yellow eye rockfish conservation areas that could be used to mitigate impacts to yellow eye rockfish resulting from this action, which could be implemented in biennial management measures for in-season action. The gap continues to support YRCAs as a tool in the toolbox for managing interactions with yellow eye rockfish. Alternative 3, repeal the cow cod conservation areas for commercial and recreational fisheries. Include development of new non-trawl RCA lines around islands and banks for management within the current boundaries of the CCA. Include analysis of new proposed area restrictions for A, Hidden Reef, B, west of Santa Barbara Island, C, Potato Bank, D, 107, 118 Bank, Cherry Bank, Seamount 109, Northeast Bank, and 43 Fathom Spot. The GAP supports the stakeholder-driven process and recommends supporting the work group recommendations. The GAP thanks all of the participants involved in the work group, in particular those from the nonprofit conservation organization Oceana and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The GAP is impressed at how well all the user groups work together to produce a proposal that reopens the cow cod conservation area, yet still offers protections for conserving vitally important bottom habitats containing species such as sponges and corals. The GAP discussed the CDFW Supplemental Report 1 and potential regulatory restrictions that may be implemented under this alternative. The GAP engaged in the enforcement consultants virtual meeting to clarify what restrictions may be imposed in the new closed areas. The GAP agrees with the enforcement consultants' statement regarding the continuous transit requirements with groundfish aboard the vessel. In addition, the GAP agrees with the EC statement regarding the ability to fish for non-groundfish species in these closed areas without groundfish aboard the vessel. We recommend these requirements be included under Alternative 3. Alternative 4, non-trawl RCA adjustments off the Washington coast for pot gear. Based on the WDFW Report 1, the GAP suggests this alternative be removed from further consideration in this package and instead be included on Groundfish new management measures and workload list. Alternative 5, develop block area closures management tool. The GAP supports this as an additional tool in the toolbox. We recommended it in the April as well. That will conclude the GAP statement. I'd like to request that any questions be somewhat simple and not require too much intellectual thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Harrison. All right, questions of the GAP report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This one should be easy, Harrison. On page 3, requesting analysis of moving the midwater gear definition from the 50-foot requirement, which exists currently, to 30 feet. I just want to make sure that we're talking about changing the actual definition of the gear, which is a little bit different than including, I mean, it's listed under alternative 1, I mean, which is appropriate, but it would be an actual change to the definition that you're seeking. Is that correct?
Through the Vice Chair. Marcy, thank you for the question. Yes, that is correct. That is something that we wanted to include into this package. It's not necessarily part of this package, but you're right. It would be redefining the definition of the non-bottom contact gear that is going to be implemented in 12E. We tried to provide some rationale, but the GAP had discussion about whether it would be suitable to analyze, see if there is any data to be available to analyze through potentially the Oregon recreational fishery with the long leader gear, to see if there is any data that shows, kind of give us a better idea if there is any, what the interactions may be like with a 30-foot dropper instead of a 50-foot dropper with any constraining species such as yellow eye.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess follow-up question. I'm just to organize my thinking. Like I say, this recommendation appears under alternative 1, but I believe because we're talking about a definition change, it really should be either its own alternative or included in some other place. Thanks.
Jesse?
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Remco. Actually, alternative 1 is the perfect place to put this. So alternative 1 is actually just an expansion on 12E. So really what we're looking for is, are there anything else that was not included in the harvest specifications in 12E? So any changes to gear, any other types of gear that are in that non-bottom contact realm that we want to allow. So this would be a different gear configuration. So alternative 1, for example, could be, change the 50 to 30 foot and then have the sub option of the LE fixed gear and kind of keep those components. So there might not be and the natural bait piece. So it's kind of going to be like a list of smaller changes, not necessarily like a whole allowance of a bunch of types of gear is what's kind of being proposed, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I think I get the concept now. It's certainly alternative 2 is an entirely different concept with a line move, but it's like alt 1 is kind of redefining what it means to fish inside the RCA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks so much to the GAP for a very detailed report. My question is under alternative 2, sub-option 2, prohibiting groundfish bottom contact gear in the area west of Hecata Bank, EFHCA. I'm just curious if the GAP had any discussion about potential bycatch impacts of your recommendation with yellow eye there.
To the Vice Chair, thank you very much for the question. We had quite a bit of discussion regarding Hecata Bank there, and there's been some discussion about whether or not there should be yellow eye rockfish conservation areas put into place in that area as well. We understand that that area is of great concern when it comes to yellow eye. We definitely know that and understand that we do not want to interrupt any of the research that's being done in the area, but also at the same time, it's a highly sought after area to fish. So there's discussion of both potential yellow eye rockfish conservation areas being implemented in the area, but also at the same time, there was a lot of interest in trying to fish that area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Harrison. Good report. Thanks, Gary. I just had a question. At the end of the GMT statement, they talked about the real low levels of observer coverage and the potential uncertainty that might introduce into the future performance. And did the GAP have any discussions about that at all?
Through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Bob. As the GAP has stated before in the past, and the fleet remains completely open to any observer coverage that is going to be coming our way. I know that we have had much discussion over the implementation of the upcoming logbooks, and we're hoping that these logbooks are going to provide a lot more data of what is being caught amongst the fleet. But it definitely remains that the fleet is open to any observer coverage that we are required to do so.
Thank you. Great report. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, further questions? Gentlemen, I think you're good. Thank you. Well, that concludes our advisory bodies and management team's report, and takes public comment. And I think there's 4 at least. And I see the first person up is Benedict now. Ben.
Good morning, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'm Ben Entiknap, representing Oceana. I believe Sandra is pulling up my presentation now. I do want to thank the council staff and all of you for your attention to this really important matter. Habitat conservation is really a critical component to sustainable fishery management. And I'd like to encourage this council, as you work through this issue, to work from the objectives of restoring access to historic fishing grounds, given rebuilding, while minimizing adverse effects of fishing on EFH and protecting priority habitat features, as well as minimizing the bycatch of yellow eye, which we're still rebuilding. And I think the purpose and need statement that was developed by council staff in response to your previous direction, as well as the purpose and need statement as modified by the Habitat Committee, really help get us there. They outline those objectives, and they're critical. It's a critical component to keep front and center in this decision making. Next slide, please. We know from the science of the effects of fishing on seafloor habitats that mobile bottom tending gears, particularly bottom trawls, have the greatest impact on seafloor habitats. But we also know that fixed gears, which can be set in very high relief complex habitats, including areas with deep sea corals and sponges, can also have damaging effects that are long lasting. And it's important to look at those, especially in these high relief complex habitats. Next slide. Regarding alternative 2, to move the seaward boundary of the non-trawl RCA into 75 fathoms, we would say we don't have a particular PPA in mind at this time. We would like the opportunity to be able to develop a well-tailored and crafted approach that fits within these range of sub-options, where we can look at these important habitat areas and make adjustments. For example, at Nehalem Bank, it might make sense to keep the entire area closed, where some of these, off of Garibaldi Reef, it might make sense just to make a couple minor adjustments to the 75 fathom RCA line It could be just a real simple adjustment with a few different waypoints. And again, similarly with the abandoned high spot or Coquille Reef, this is a really important area. As noted in the Habitat Committee report, there was a 1,400% increase in coral density since its protection in the last 16 years. We want to make sure that those habitats also continue to remain protected and not delay waiting for a subsequent EFH process where there could be impacts in the interim. Next slide. And just to highlight a few other areas, for example, the football area, which the Greater Farallones has identified as being highly important for corals, and they've also identified rocky reef features in there that is not available in our data set, but this sanctuary has it. That might be an area you consider keeping the whole area closed. And another area would be this spot just due west of Santa Cruz, in the Monterey Bay EFH conservation area. That would make more sense to keep just that specific part closed rather than extending it to the entire Monterey Bay. So what I'm saying here is that mix and match within those sub options, and we can come up with a well-tailored approach that works for habitat, that works for fishermen, and that works for enforcement. I think that we need that room to get there between now and final action. Next slide. As well as continuing to protect high priority habitats for yellow eye rockfish. That's a really important piece of this. Next slide. We're really excited about the work that's been done for the Cowcod conservation areas. We prepared an analysis that I just wanted to briefly share with you. What we looked at was, all the habitats within the Cowcod conservation area compared to what would happen if the entire area were removed and no new areas were put in place. And those are the Bedrock and the Santa Barbara Island marine reserves would stay protected. And then what would happen if you added in these 8 additional closures that have been proposed. And so next slide. With the addition of those 8 additional closures, we end up protecting only about 13% of the overall Cowcod conservation areas, but over 40% and nearly 35% of the observed sponges in those areas. So this is a really big benefit for coral and sponge habitats. We really focused on those areas. Next slide. And in our analysis, we also looked at new data available on the modeling of predicted habitat suitability for corals. And you'll see here, these areas are really important for black corals and Paragorgia bubblegum corals. And so, again, these are really important closures for maintaining protection for these high relief, vulnerable, sensitive coral features. And I think you could be proud of the work that's been done. We are. Next slide. So in conclusion, our recommendations, we support alternative 1. That would allow access into the non-trawl RCAs without having fishing gears that contact the seafloor. If you move forward with alternative 2, I ask that you take a well-crafted, well-tailored approach, looking at those EFH conservation areas, addressing issues for fishing enforcement and for habitat between now and final action. And for alternative 3, support the consensus proposal that was offered by CDF&W, and importantly highlighting those enforcement concerns by allowing transiting through these areas with groundfish aboard. I think that was a really important piece that got clarified here. And that's it. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ben. Question on Ben's presentation, Chair Rolnick.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Ben, I just want to thank you and Oceana for working closely with stakeholders and the department on alternative 3. I know that everyone worked together to come up with something that everyone could live with, and that's the way it should be. So thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Further questions for Ben? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to echo Mark's thanks, but I want to add to that the analysis that you've provided here on Alt 3 and the cost benefit and how much we will protect in terms of coral and sponge habitat with these 8 discrete areas is really compelling. Your graphics here, I'm certainly excited to share those far and wide. It's really easy to follow and an excellent analysis. And this is the first I've seen of it. So it's great work. I have a question for you. The very beginning of your presentation, you couched how we might look at additional protections in moving the RCA line from 100 fathoms into 75 by possibly making minor adjustments to a few waypoints to that 75 fathom line that would accomplish continued protection of coral and sponge habitats beyond the cowcod conservation area. And I was wondering, do you have it at this point in time a set of discrete recommendations on modifying the 75 fathom line to do just that? Have you developed that at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Yaremko. I'd be pressed to make a concrete recommendation with specific waypoints at this time, which is why we're suggesting not having a PPA at this time, but keeping the flexibility, keeping those options available. CDF and W really set the table, and the council set the table to allow for those conversations that happen for the cowcod conservation area. If you could do something similar, I think for the non-trawl RCA, we can have those conversations, and we'd be happy to do that work and help find an approach that work between now and final action.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ben. We'll think about that. We're here at the PPA stage, but we're not at final action yet. And I too am very, very encouraged with the work that we did, and noting that it actually didn't take all that long. So possibly there are some minor adjustments we might look at in terms of waypoint corrections, which is not how I think I've been thinking about alternative 2 to date, but I just appreciate your suggestion on how we might approach this efficiently.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Further questions for Ben? Okay, Ben, thank you. Next up is Jamie Dimond, followed by Merritt McCray.
Good morning, Chair Gorelnik, Vice Chair Pettinger, Council, and staff. I am Jamie Dimond, representing the Sport Fishing Association of California. We are in support of the GAP and EC statements and the recommendation to reopen the cowcod conservation area. We applaud the efforts of CDFW, CCA, Coastal Conservation Association, CCA, Oceana, and the collaborative team that worked on this recommendation. For recreational anglers, a direct result of this proposal would be significantly increased area of opportunity for ground fishing. This would reduce the effort in other areas. From an environmental standpoint, it will also ensure the protection of 8 areas of sponges and corals. Both of these results are a plus for the marine environment. We're also pleased that the effort to protect the corals and sponges would still permit anglers to possess groundfish while in continuous transit through the areas set aside of concern. We appreciate anglers being permitted to target non-groundfish species like highly migratory species within these areas, as long as groundfish are not in possession. It is important to note, we do believe these fishing grounds should be opened in their entirety. The purpose of the cowcod conservation area was to rebuild the stock. It has served its purpose and should be totally removed. Thank you. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions for Jamie on her testimony? Okay, thank you, Jamie. Okay, next up is Merritt McCray, followed by Wayne Koto.
Vice Chair Pettinger, council members, I'm Merritt McCray, and I have my own personal statement with respect to Alternative 3. I strongly support Alternative 3 and appreciate the support and assistance of Ben Enticknap and Jeff Chester of Oceana, Andre Klein and other CDFW staff, CCA California people, the Sport Fishing Association of California, and several commercial fisheries representatives in developing this Alternative 3 proposal. However, please use the utmost caution in considering temporary closures as a fisheries management tool in the future. Shifting baselines. About 20 years ago, dire stock assessments mandated draconian conservation measures for our rocky reefs. The call was made to drastically reduce catches by all sectors and included the use of geographic closures of historically important fishing areas. Many said no. Once you lose it, you'll never get it back. Folks like myself made the case these closures were not the same as marine protected areas, areas designated to be fisheries free forever. Temporary closures were utilitarian conservation measures with the sole purpose of ultimately supporting fisheries productivity and would reopen as our fisheries recovered. Today, the evidence is in. Instead of treating these temporarily closed areas as traditionally fished, their status quo, that baseline has shifted. Apparently, those at the highest levels determined fishing these areas closed for 2 decades had a new baseline. The new status quo was unfished. This in turn creates the need to consider fishing as a new impact, one that needs to be considered in that context. Repealing these temporary closures has proven difficult, slow, requiring a lot of analyses and work. In addition, it has become clear once closed, the fisheries never get their traditional access back whole. Bottom line, as a good scientist, I've changed my mind on the basis of evidence. Unfortunately, others were right. Once we lose public access for any reason under any guise, you don't get it back easily, if at all. Temporary spatial closures are not a good fisheries conservation tool, if only for the reason they become political targets for permanence over time. Turning to habitat. What are the impacts of hook and line gears on habitat? Since 2003, I've been a member of the Dr. Milton Love research team. Among our many projects, we use the Delta submersible to conduct fish surveys of deep water reefs throughout the Southern California Bight. Surveys occurred over a 1 to 2 week period each fall in the 2000s. Our scientific observer team included Milton, Dr. Ann Bull, Diane Waters, Dr. Mary Nishimoto, Linda Snook, Donna Schrader, Scott Clark, and myself. We surveyed sites in depths of 100 to 1,200 feet. I've surveyed many deep water reefs, oil platform jackets, even a few subsea pipelines, and reviewed video of many other dives. My impression of the fishing impacts on these habitats is hook and line gears is minor, trapping is minor, yet snagged and lost netting can be a problem where it covers the reef. We would find a few lost sinkers, the rare complete fishing rod and reel, the occasional smashed up trap, a can or bottle, and some loose strands of fishing line on the more heavily fished sites, like the Footprint Reef and the Channel Islands. These debris were typically overgrown and incorporated into the structure of the reef itself. I think the concept of major negative impact by hook and line gears is primarily hypothetical, with very little science to support a high level of damage. In 2010, Di Waters, Milton, Mary Yakovich, and Donna published an accounting and analysis of marine debris impacts in the January 2010 issue of Marine Pollution Bulletin. They used 3 years of dive data, 2 from Monterey Bay with Dr. Mary Yock's team and 1 with us in 2007. Among other things, authors concluded, quotes, disturbance to habitat and organisms was low, and debris was used as habitat by some fishes and macroinvertebrates, unquotes. They said, quote, the majority of debris items had colony-forming invertebrates on them. Off Central California in 2007, 99% of 815 items had moderate or heavy colonization, and in Southern California, 88% of 162 items had moderate or heavy colonization, unquote. And, quote, little ghost fishing was observed in either Central or Southern California, unquote. While there was an observed pattern of more debris closer to port in the Monterey Bay area with respect to Southern California, they said, quote, commercial fishing and maritime or coastal activities contributed more to the debris in the area than recreational fishing activities. A pattern of decreasing debris density with distance from port was not obvious at our Southern California sites. 43 Fathom Bank, a hotspot with the highest densities of debris, is approximately 60 kilometers from the port of San Diego, while Hidden Reef had very little debris and is 55 kilometers from the port of Ventura, unquote. And I'll note that Hidden Reef is actually much closer to Channel Islands Harbor than even Ventura. And once again, I strongly support Alternative 3 and appreciate the support of those that participated. And in the future, please use the utmost caution in considering temporary closures as a fisheries management tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Merritt. Questions for Merritt on his testimony? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you. Next up is Wayne Couto. And Wayne?
Good morning, Chair Grolnick, Vice Chairs, Council members, staff. Wayne Couto with the Executive Director, Coastal Conservation Association of California, representing the recreational anglers. I thank the elders before me who have had positive key points for Alternative 3. I want to recognize that we understand the tremendous amount of work the council, the staff, the advisory panels, and others have on their plates, and we hope that the stakeholder group has alleviated some of that work by negotiating a solution that was presented to this process for review, edits, and approval while trying to avoid the fighting on the floor that we've seen in the past, which is a very inefficient use of your time. I want to thank everyone who found ways to compromise, maximize the fishing opportunities while protecting the habitat and the biodiversity. I want to thank CDFW and EC for their clarification and support of transiting the proposed areas with groundfish on board while the fishing gear is not deployed. We also appreciate the opportunity to fish non-groundfish in these areas with non-bottom contact gear as long as no groundfish are on board. I hope we can find other areas where we can again use the stakeholder process to make us more productive and shorten the time that we have between proposals and implementation. We look forward to your positive support for Alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Questions for Wayne on his testimony? All right, all good. Thank you. Okay, that concludes public comment, and we're not going to do any motions here, obviously, today, but I'd just like to open the floor up for discussion as appropriate, as you deem appropriate, and before we close this out. So I'm looking for hands or no hands, so. Keely.
Thank you. I'll get us started with some just general remarks. I would like to acknowledge the analysis provided for this action and recognize the work of the project team, council staff, NIMP staff, and our GIS lead on generating the information to support the council's selection of a preliminary preferred alternative at this meeting. The analysis is thorough, is well presented to facilitate decision-making, and it will allow for efficient rulemaking once the council gets to that stage. I did want to provide a little bit of feedback from our perspective just on alternatives 1 and 3. On alternative 1, as we've heard today, based on the discussion in the GAP, there really have been no brand new types of non-bottom contact gears that have been brought forward underneath alternative 1 for consideration. So we would recommend that alternative 1 is narrowed to just the vertical jig gear and the troll gear, which are the two that were tested under EFP and that are already moving forward under the 23-24 specifications with new gear definitions. We think this will simplify the path towards FPA in the spring. Additionally, based on our ongoing discussions with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we support allowing natural bait for the vertical jig gear, but not the troll gear at this time. We expect to have additional information to share with the council relative to potential seabird bycatch risk for the troll gear with natural bait at a later date, and we would support moving that measure to the workload and new management measures list for the time being. Relative to alternative 3, we wanted to note that some of the proposed new RCA lines in the CCA have segments in both state and federal waters. You can see this in the public mapping portal. As in past years, we will be relying on our state partners to implement the portions of these lines in state waters. We're happy to have discussions with the states prior to final action to ensure that these lines can be implemented. That's all I have.
Thank you, Keely. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have a question for Keely. if possible.
Please.
Thanks, Ms. Kent. I noticed in the GMT report, they suggest that directed halibut regulations may be used, kind of using if-then statements similar to what's used in the catch sharing plan and for recreational fisheries. And I was curious if you had any input on the feasibility of that or how that process would potentially move forward, which is.
Thank you for the question. Our discussions to date about how this action potentially includes both groundfish and halibut actions have really focused on our ability to do a rulemaking that affects both sectors. So what we have been working through and envisioning thus far is regulation changes for both sectors. So assuming we move forward with what we're discussing here towards final action, that we'll be making changes to the 660 regulations for groundfish and the 300 regulations for halibut. We have not spoken in detail about changes to the catch sharing plan, but with the timing of how we're considering this action and the rulemaking, there would be time, as I understand, if we needed catch sharing plan changes to do that, not at the cycle you already went through today for next year, but the year after, because that would align with rulemaking. But we are envisioning there would be changes to the 300 regs for halibut to implement the provisions if the council decides to extend these to halibut. I think that's kind of the more important piece that we've talked through at this point.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Keely, for that clarification. Marcy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just want to acknowledge Keely's comment pertaining to joint state and federal coordination on enacting RCA lines and new waypoints in Alternative 3. We're happy to be partnering with National Marine Fisheries Service as we work toward implementing regulations, and just appreciate the dialogue on that point. And just wanted to confirm that, yes, we're engaging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I also have a question for Keely, if appropriate. Keely, in your, as you go through this, I see in the GMT report, they talk about the low observer coverage, and we've talked about that in the past. Has there been any conversation about maybe increasing observer coverage in that sector to alleviate some of the uncertainty that may be there, that may be detrimental to the, getting the full information on the new areas?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Dooley. It's not a short answer because I think it's important that we talk through this a bit more. We have talked about this before. We have been in conversation with the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program. We've certainly heard the council's interest in this topic. We think it's important that at this stage, the council makes its decision on a preliminary preferred alternative for this action based on the current levels of observer coverage. That at this juncture, while we're looking into it, we really cannot make any promises, which I would like to walk through why that is. And I think, it really comes down to, the average coverage levels for each of the sectors are known. The Observer Program does publish that every year. And we would like the council to, with that information in hand, you're making a policy risk choice about what you're comfortable with given that observer coverage level. As we had some folks point out, we will have the logbook online in place. Yes, we'll have the option for a paper logbook in that first year, but we will have the electronic logbook available January 1, 2023. We're hoping that adds an additional type of data to our ability to manage these fisheries. It's not the same as observer data, but it adds to the spectrum of what's available. I do want to talk through a little bit of the reasons why I think it's challenging to talk through or make any promises about changes to observer coverage rates. In particular, some of the questions we've asked back to the council are, it really depends on what your interested or concerned about. So what are the specific species that you're worried that you're not getting the type of data that you want, or the uncertainty is too high? Because it's really dependent on that. For a species like yellow eye rockfish, where we have rare encounters, the observer program has done some informal looking. We'd really have to get almost to 100% coverage in our non-trawl sectors to really change that uncertainty, because it's such a rare encounter. Now, if you're concerned about some other species that is more commonly encountered, we can certainly try to provide that information. I think that's where we're at right now. One of the challenges too is that, especially in our open access sector, without a permit, we don't know how many vessels are going to participate in a given year. We don't know where they're going to come, which ports they're going to come out of. So it's really hard in terms of planning to try to plan for additional observers, because you don't know what that participation is. And when you have a lot of small boats coming from the same port, they often go out on the same weather windows. And so then you're talking about, what would need to be a really big increase in the resources that we have for observers to meaningfully change that coverage level. It does not mean that we're not interested in the question, and we're continuing to talk with the observer program. As said before, we're not expecting additional resources at this time. So then that also comes back to the trade-off. So for looking at trying to increase coverage in one sector, that means pulling back coverage from other sectors, and that's a trade-off that the observer program looks at every year in terms of prioritization. So we've heard from the council, and we are looking at especially these this new the 12E provision. It'll always be known as that in my mind, but the open access vessels in the non-trawl RCA, we are looking at that, but I did want to give kind of the full picture of the challenges associated with, really trying to change monitoring levels in those sectors. So I hope that is a long answer to your question.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Thanks for that answer. It was complete. I appreciate it. I am the yellow eye concern, I believe, since we are going to an area that hasn't been open for many, many years, and it is the area that was closed out of that concern, that there might be that's where I interpreted this uncertainty factor. And so that's something we may be considering, is the uncertainty could lead to unintended consequences for the fishery if we don't have certainty. So that's where my concern comes from. So thank you. I appreciate it, and I'm glad you are considering it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay. No one else? Well, with that, I think that we'll conclude this item on tomorrow afternoon, and I will hand the gavel back to Chair Gorelnik. So.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Pettinger. We'll move on to agenda item G7 and finish up G6 tomorrow. We've got a change in staff seats and maybe other seats. So we'll just pause here for a moment to give folks an opportunity to settle in.
What's that?
I was about to use this room to get coffee, but I think
Yeah. Get in, refill the day.
each one of those is $100 a gallon.
All right. I think we're about there. So, John DeVore, do you want to give us an overview on this agenda item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, council members. This is agenda item G7, which concerns the final stock assessment plan for 2023 groundfish stock assessments. The council had scheduled final action at their last meeting in June. And in that decision in June, black rockfish, canary rockfish, copper rockfish in California areas, and petrale sole were selected for full assessment, with data moderate assessments for wreck sole and short spine thorny head. However, in the course of those discussions and when considering stock definitions, the council decided to reconsider their decision on copper rockfish to make sure that it aligns with the council's preference on defining stock areas for that species. And the National Marine Fisheries Service at that point in time explained that if there were assessments to be conducted for copper rockfish north of the California-Oregon border, staff capacity limitations would necessitate taking a stock assessment off the list, one or more stock assessments off the list to accommodate that. So agenda item G7 attachment 1 provides further considerations from the National Marine Fisheries Service on the trade-offs involved with the stock assessment choices that are before you today. And I harken back to yesterday's discussion under agenda item G5, and we did speak a lot to the stock definition connection to this decision here. So I don't think we need to belabor that. So the council's decisions made today are to adopt a final list of groundfish stocks to be assessed next year, a schedule of stock assessment reviews for next year, and then, as always, adopt or confirm the preliminary list of stocks to be assessed in 2025 to allow some advanced planning and coordination. In the background, there's been a lot of effort to review different models and coordinate aging and whatnot to sort of clear the way and provide the data necessary for 2023 assessments. A lot of that has occurred. You've heard some of that under agenda item G4 yesterday, but that just to let you know that there has been a lot of coordination to help in this regard. To help inform your decision today, we also have some supplemental reports from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the SSC, the GMT, and the GAP. So with that, I would take any questions regarding this overview and otherwise hear from our management entities and advisory bodies next.
All right, thank you, John. Are there any questions of John on the overview? All right, not seeing any. So we will go to our reports and we'll begin with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, John, for the overview. In your remarks, you mentioned that there have been a number of activities that have already commenced to help support the 2023 assessment effort, and one of those was a recent aging coordination meeting. So our report pertains to that meeting. CDFW appreciates the collective efforts of the council participants in identifying data available to inform stock assessments for 2023. During the aging coordination meeting for 2023 stock assessments held August 11th, 22, WDFW staff clarified that a portion of lengths collected in Washington's recreational fisheries used to inform growth rates are carcass lengths rather than whole fish lengths, which was unknown to some stock assessors. CDFW has been of the understanding that carcass length data could not be included in stock assessment models. Meeting minutes were not supplied for the September council meeting, but are expected at the November council meeting. Carcass lengths are known to have variable measurement techniques that can yield different results, and carcasses are subject to post-mortem tissue shrinkage. WDFW indicated their internal studies have found up to a maximum of 2 centimeter difference between the length of carcasses and whole fish for black rockfish. The difference between carcass and whole length measurements for use in stock assessments has implications for growth rates. In a recent report, the Groundfish Subcommittee of the SSC noted that performance and stability of SSCL was better with smaller model dimensions, e.g. fewer fleets, and is sensitive to errors in the fixed values for L infinity and the coefficient of variation of length at age with the fixed should be explored in sensitivity analyses, which was from Agenda Item F2A Supplemental SSC Report 1 of June of 2020. Given the sensitivity of assessments to growth rates, especially for data moderate assessments, after learning of this situation, CDFW has new concern regarding the 2021 California length-based data moderate assessments for both quillback and copper rockfish, as these assessments utilized Oregon and Washington growth data as the basis for proxy estimates of growth in California. While concerns had previously been expressed regarding the use of proxy growth data from colder northern waters for California, the revelation that the data may have incorporated unadjusted carcass length measurements only deepens the concern. CDFW appreciates and supports current work of NIMF staff to explore adjustments for correction of carcass lengths for select species. While it is better to derive growth from whole fish, conversions can be used to correct the bias. CDFW has and continues to collect lengths and otoliths from carcasses and strongly supports utilizing these data for assessments to fill known data gaps as identified by STAR panel reports. CDFW supports the use of carcass length data where conversion factor studies support their use, as opposed to using proxy data or no data at all. CDFW has the expectation, that if lengths from carcasses in assessments is deemed appropriate, carcass lengths should be utilized in assessments coastwide. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions on the CDFW report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Not a question, but just maybe a couple clarifications. And thanks for the report, Marcy. Definitely, we're supportive, obviously, of using carcass lengths in stock assessments and have been doing so for I don't know how long, decades. But we didn't. My fault here for not communicating some of the information to you fully accurately. But yeah, we did do a study. I don't know what year it was, but of black rockfish, and the differences, I understand, are typically only about a centimeter. I think 2 centimeters is the biggest. But maybe what we failed to tell you all was that, like the copper rockfish and some of the other species are caught in the north coast and landed into those ports. The carcasses are from Westport, so there would have been I don't know if any, but few of the copper would have been measured as carcasses. They're landed in the hole on the north coast. But yeah, apologies for communicating that earlier, and yeah, supportive of the main message and figuring out a way to use that data.
Any further questions on the CDFW report? Marcy, you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you. Just for a minute. Thank you, Corey. I agree. We're certainly supportive of exploring this matter further and making sure that the data streams do identify when there's length data, what the source of the information was from, whether it was carcass or whole fish. So I think that's really our point here, is just to make sure that there's an awareness that there are different collection methods and different sources of information feeding into the comprehensive databases that often are used to pull data for our assessments. Thank you.
Any further questions on the CDFW report? Thank you, Marcy. John DeVore.
Thank you. No question on the CDFW report, but I did fail to mention, and I'm seeing through the electronic grapevine here that there's a short presentation from Dr. Jim Hasty for your consideration too. And before you go to the advisory bodies, it may be, this may be good timing for that.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for pointing that out. So I think the NIPS is a management entity, so why don't we go forward with that presentation from Dr. Hasty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. So Sandra, can you share that G7 presentation? And I'm not able to see your screen in this mode, so let me know when it's available. Okay, so if we could go to the second slide in that, we presented, or we submitted in the briefing book, G7 Attachment 1 on prospects for assessments that, as John mentioned, were tentatively adopted for 2023 in June of this year. At that time, Director Burden had asked us to report back at this meeting on whether there were any developments between June and September that would affect the viability of conducting any of those tentatively adopted assessments. And so the first slide here addresses that issue. We, as has been mentioned, we have joint meetings. The one meeting organized by the SSC's Groundfish Subcommittee on age reading. There was another meeting that we organized with state representatives to talk about more the process for coming to agreement on catch histories for the upcoming assessments. And we've had some additional discussions outside of the SSC meeting with the state agency representatives on both of those issues. As noted in our submission, there's extensive age reading that we've lined up for both canary rockfish and petrale sole, somewhere on the order of 9,000 to 12,000 age reads that our staff in Newport is planning on doing in addition to work that WDFW is doing on both of those species. And because there's so much work that needs to be done for those, there really is a considerable benefit that would be derived from being able to schedule those species in a star panel later in July. Compared to an early June timing, that would be about 5 or 6 additional weeks of age reading. And we currently have 2 people aging both of those species. So that's over 20 weeks of combined aging that would be lost if we had to review those earlier. And the importance of that can be seen in some of the example tables that we presented on options depending on how things play out with the stock definition issue. We don't have any new genetic findings or analysis to report for next year's species. We would note that the Southwest Center does have a plan to collect maturity and fecundity samples from copper rockfish this winter, but under some of the scenarios where copper is developed and reviewed earlier in the review cycle, though the analysis of those samples may not be complete in time for next year's assessments. And then, as we discussed extensively yesterday, the decision that's made under the stock definition question for copper rockfish will impact our assessments. And I'll go through some example tables from our submission to illustrate that. Also, we don't think there's a particularly compelling need for a cow-cod catch-only projection update next year. So, Sandra, can we go to slide 3 there? This shows the first table from our report. And basically this captures a situation where we might have a stock boundary at 42 degrees. We'd have no copper rockfish assessments going on in the North Coast, only the 2 full copper rockfish assessments in the south of California, and then those would get reviewed as part of a panel along with the length-based data moderates for short spine and Rexel that would be conducted by the graduate student class that will be teaching next winter and spring at the University of Washington. That would be followed by black rockfish in earlier July and petrale and canary in later July, and then, you know, whichever of the catch-only updates get carried through. This provides us with one unassigned experienced assessment person, but noting also that we only have 3 experienced assessment people assigned to black rockfish, where there will be 3 models. So we were hoping to keep a little bit in reserve there. Now, in the context of discussions that have been going on about what if we had a coastwide stock definition for copper rockfish, and we were asked to do length-based data moderate updates essentially for the 2 northern copper rockfish assessments from last year. So if we go to the next slide here, I've added in a new table to this presentation that isn't in the report. And so what this shows is essentially exactly the same schedule, but adding in those 2 northern length-based data moderate assessments, with the presumption that those could be reviewed by the Groundfish subcommittee of the SSC in August. And that's because we would pull one of our staff into doing those who is engaged in the hake assessment in the winter and would prefer to have more time to complete that work. If we move to the next, we have a series of related options here that relate to a potential 40-10 boundary. We didn't get, or the discussion yesterday was left with no real expression of interest for establishing a 40-10 boundary in the nearshore. And so I'm going to just skip through these. So if we could skip down to the slide that says Table 5, the difference between this one and the new table is that this option involved doing full assessments for the northern copper rockfish, and that doesn't seem to be an option that anyone is particularly interested in pushing at this stage. And so the options that are really most relevant are, I think at this stage, given the council discussion on G5, would be the Table 1 and the Table 1A in this presentation. Now, I'd note too, going back to slide 4 in the Table 1A, if we were to add in those length-based data moderates, we think at this time that we would be able to pull off adding those in while also doing both of the length-based data moderates as part of the course. And so our fingers would be crossed on that, but that's, I think, a reasonably optimistic view of what we can do. And so with that, I'll end and take any questions that you have.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hasty. And let's see if there are any questions. Marcy Remco, and then Keely Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions for Jim. The first surrounds the status of aging for Canary and Petrale. You mentioned the workload involved with aging 9 to 12,000 or so Canary and Petrale that would be needed prior to the stock assessment, and therefore you're potentially encouraging a later star panel. I'm just hoping that you can explain if all of this aging is definitively necessary, and if aging that volume will impact other aging efforts for other species on the stock assessment lists. So in other words, are we saying that we need 9 to 12,000 Canary and Petrale, but it's coming at the expense of aging, for example, copper or black or Rex or anything else? So maybe you can just talk to that determination and your recommendation for the timeline.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Marcy. Yeah, just to be clear, that's, we're looking at 9 to 12,000 each for those species. And we've gone through some extensive discussions with the assessment authors to try and whittle that down. There are really a lot more ages than that could be read, but we're trying to we've tried to identify kind of minimum credible levels for the age reading that are in line with the catch amounts that are the fisheries or have contributed to the removals, because those age reads then are being used from the fishery are being used to represent the removals of each fishery. So we're trying to provide comprehensive, but certainly not full age reading coverage for those species. Now, that said, copper rockfish we are pretty much caught up on, except for 2022 fishery and Southern California survey reads. Black rockfish, I can't remember the exact number. I think we were looking at about 1,000 or something like that from California. Oregon and Washington are both aging their own black rockfish, and so we are planning to read virtually all of the black rockfish from California. There were some years, I think, where there might have been, less than 50 ages collected. I'm not sure how representative those would be, but it certainly is our plan that we'll be doing that. The only age reads that we'll need for Rexel will be enough to establish a new estimate of growth for that would be done outside of the length-based data moderate model. So that's a few hundred ages that are needed for that. So I hope that answers your question.
Marcy, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hasty. That does answer my question. I do have a second question pertaining to the discussion on length-based data moderates north for copper and your new table 1A. Thank you. I know yesterday you gave us some tentative information suggesting that were these assessments to be necessary, and that would, of course, be contingent on the determination of the stock definition question. I thought I heard you say yesterday that you thought that they would come at very little to no cost in the sense of assessment time. But then now I think today I'm hearing something a little bit different. And I just want to see if you can clear that up for us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Marcy. Yeah, so we talked about this outside the meeting a little bit yesterday after the meeting concluded, and we think in the option one, we had one unassigned staff person who has experience, a fair amount of experience with assessments that we were hoping to maintain maybe as somebody who could help out where needed, say with one of the black rockfish areas or with one of the other assessments where we have, like for Canary, where we have somewhat less experienced people working on that. And so what we've done here in the table 1A is to assign that person, Kelly Johnson, to update the catches and length data for those assessments. And so that if we can work it that way, then that won't affect what we were planning on doing with the course to complete the other two length-based data moderates. So at this time, we've got our fingers crossed that we could add those two for copper in the north and not lose anything from the table one that was in our briefing book report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Keely Kent.
Thanks. I think it was sort of just answered, but I'm going to just make clear. So Jim, on table 1A, coastwide, just being abundantly clear when you're saying kind of this new take with the row in yellow with Oregon copper and Washington copper, those are just updates. So that's kind of the compromise that I'm not talking about full updates full assessments for those two. We're just talking about updates. And that's kind of why you think you're able to squeeze it in.
Yeah, and we think that those would be reviewable in a fairly limited time frame by the Groundfish subcommittee in August in conjunction with the normal review that they would have for the other assessment results coming out of prior STAR panels. And then we'll also have the length-based data moderates that will be reviewed in that first STAR panel according to this schedule. But that is correct.
Thank you.
John DeVore.
Yeah, at the risk of a spoiler here, I would encourage you to look carefully and maybe pose questions to the SSC when they provide their report. That may, based on your consideration of what they're saying, obviate the need for assessments to the north for copper rockfish.
Thanks for that, John. Jessica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hasty. On slide 2, you note that you don't think a catch-only projection update for cowcod is needed. Can you please speak to staff capacity this opens up based on the recommended removal for 2023? The tables that are presented.
Yeah, so you'll notice in the table 1A, I've included some potential help from John Wallace, who is one of our staff who typically is better able to work on updates and especially these catch-only updates. But I do see a role for him potentially in helping assemble data for those copper assessments in the north. So in the event that we had to do those updates, some of his time would be divided, or would be shared in that other activity, along with doing the widow and yellow eye rockfish catch only updates. So the other issue with cow cod was that normally catch only updates are, if there hasn't been high attainment, they can be used to correct the trajectory of the projected removals, and in certain cases where effort is anticipated to increase considerably, or the sigma factor, the increase in the uncertainty buffer over time, if that is then beginning to constrain the fishery, those latter, I'm not sure whether those latter situations are likely to hold for copper or for cow cod.
Jessica?
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Hasty. And to follow up, so on table 1 on page 3 of this, so with that understanding, if cow cod here was removed, then am I correctly interpreting that there would be capacity from 1.5 staff members?
Yeah, it's not clear to me, where the Kelly Johnson participation would likely fall within this, and some of that is, wanting to wait and see where problems emerge rather than making a formal assignment with her. I mean, I still think under this that John Wallace would likely be the person primarily responsible for developing the catch-only updates under this scenario. And of course, working with the GMT to identify the appropriate harvest levels to plug in to those revised removals in the assessment projection.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
Okay.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Jim. I don't want to ask my question at an inappropriate time, so so the first question I have, are you going to be with us throughout the deliberations on this agenda item?
Yes, I will.
Okay. I might have a question on sablefish, but we'll
okay
when we get to there. Thanks.
All right.
All right, further questions at this time of Dr. Hasty? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure, Jim, that I'm entirely clear about the discussion on copper rockfish and how the interplay between the stock definition item. It sounds that, I mean, you've outlined here in 1A that possibility if necessary. But I just want to confirm that in the event that there's a determination by someone that we would proceed with an update for the northern areas. There's a place on the agenda in November to consider that.
Yes, and I think it's probably unlikely, that there would be a lot of or any progress made on those length-based data moderates for Oregon and Washington copper between now and November, in part because, obviously the data from 2022 is not going to be final until, months into 2023. And so we could certainly revisit that issue in November of whether whether or not, let's say there's a coastwide stock definition adopted for copper rockfish, or the PPA goes that way in November or not, whichever way it went, I think we could move back and forth between table 1 and table 1A without any inefficiencies, if that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jim. Yes, you just nailed it. Much appreciated. I understand.
My work here is done until later.
For the moment. All right. Anything further for Dr. Hasty at this time? All right. Thanks very much, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We will soldier on now with additional reports. Next, we'll hear from the SSC, as suggested by John DeVore, may be very helpful. I've got two names here, Dan Holland and John Budrick, so I'm not sure who will be presenting here, but I'm sure whomever it is will speak up.
Hi, yeah, this is Dan Holland, Chair of the SSC. I'm going to read the statement, but John Budrick is here as well to help with questions if there are some at the end that I'm unable to answer myself. So I'm going to be reading Agenda Item G7A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Stock Assessment, Check-in Plan, and Final Action. The SSC received a presentation from Dr. Jim Hasty, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, regarding the scheduling of star panels for species identified at the June Council meeting for assessment in 2023, aging priorities, and whether there is need to assess copper rockfish in Oregon and Washington, given decisions regarding stock definitions under Agenda Item G5 of this meeting. Petrale sole and canary rockfish aging will take substantial time, and the SSC recommends review of these items at the last star panel to allow more time to complete the age readings. Ideally, the review of length-based assessments for short-spine thorny head and Rex sole would take place at the first star panel to allow University of Washington students to participate in the completion of the assessments during the preceding quarter. The SSC previously provided guidance at the November 2021 Council meeting to delineate status determinations for copper rockfish at the state boundaries. Agenda Item E2A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, November 2021. There are no additional genetic or other pertinent data sources to support an alternative stratification. Stratification at 4010 North latitude would not align with the state-specific data sources. In addition, stratification at 4010 North latitude would require a new assessment for 4010 North latitude through the California-Oregon border, posing a trade-off given limited assessment capacity and prohibiting assessment of Rex sole. Thus, the SSC continues to recommend stratification of status determination of copper rockfish at state boundaries. Generally, the SSC prefers to assess all areas for a species in a single cycle to take advantage of efficiencies, make use of parameter estimates that can be shared between areas, and make consistent assumptions. Agenda Item F3A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, June 2022. However, given the lack of additional data to inform new Oregon and Washington copper rockfish assessments in 2023 and the recency of assessment results from the previous biennium, the SSC would endorse the use of the 2021 assessment results for status determination if a coastwide perspective on status is needed. Foregoing length-based data moderate assessments for short-spine thorny head or Rex sole to conduct further assessments for copper rockfish in Oregon and Washington is undesirable because short-spine thorny head and Rex sole have not been assessed since 2013. That concludes the SSC statement, and I'm happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Dan. Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dan, for the report. My question is just clarification around the statement that the SSC has in the report with regards to Oregon and Washington copper rockfish assessments in 2023, and that the SSC would endorse the use of 2021 assessment results for status determination if a coastwide perspective on status is needed. Am I interpreting this correctly, that if coastwide stock definition were used, that the SSC would support the Oregon and Washington 2021 assessments be used?
Yes, I think that is a fair evaluation of that comment. Yes. Thank you for your question, Ms. Watson.
Keely Kent.
Thank you. I'm going to drill into the same issue. Thank you for the report, Dr. Holland. There has been some confusion regarding the SSC recommendations about stock delineation for copper rockfish between agenda item G5 and agenda item G7 in particular. I'm hoping you can help provide some clarity on this issue. So in the SSC statement in G7, it states that the SSC continues to recommend state boundaries for the determination of stock status for copper rockfish. And the statement also states that the SSC endorses combining assessment results between assessments conducted in 2021 and 2023 to determine a coast-wide stock status if needed. Could you summarize the SSC's discussion and what, if anything, is changing in terms of the recommendation relative to previous SSC statements on stock delineation for copper?
Yeah, okay, I can do my best, and I'll ask John Budrick to step in here if I get anything wrong. But I think our focus has been mainly on the boundaries between the state boundary between California and Oregon, and having a separate status determination for the California area versus the northern area. We've focused less on the division of whether there should be two separate areas for Oregon and Washington, although we do indicate, our statement here does indicate, in our discussion was more leaning toward having separate areas for Oregon and Washington in terms of status determination. But the main focus really has been on whether there should be separate area for California and north of California, and where that dividing line should be, particularly focusing on whether it should be at 42 or 40-10. And we have come out supporting the delineation of a separate area for California at the state boundary at 42. What we have said is, if the council did decide to go for a coast-wide status determination, then you could use the 21 assessments for the northern areas together with a new assessment for California together, although you could also do updates to those. Does that answer your question, Keely?
Yes, thank you.
John DeVore.
Thank you, Chair Grolnick. Dan, is it a fair interpretation that the statement to use the 2023 copper rockfish assessments in California and the 2021 assessments for Oregon and Washington would also support a stock delineation at all the state boundaries?
Yes, you mean so having a separate stock delineation for Oregon and Washington? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, I think so. I think the conversation, as I understood it, was that given the recency of those assessments, if we had status determinations for 3 separate areas, that the recency and the lack of a lot of new information would suggest that we could use the 2021 linked data model assessments for status determination for Oregon and Washington areas, and then a full new assessment for the California areas.
Okay, Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the second paragraph, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the terminology used here. The first sentence says the SSC previously provided guidance in November to delineate status determinations for copper rockfish at the state boundaries. And then the last sentence says the SSC continues to recommend stratification of status determination of copper rockfish at state boundaries. I want to make sure that those two sentences are saying exactly the same thing.
I think so. The SSC could. I'm not seeing a contradiction between them. Could, Ms. Runco, can you explain what if you are seeing a contradiction there, what that is?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Holland. I don't, but words matter. And so I just want to make sure that I am completely understanding. And I think the reason for the cloudiness in my mind is that the sentences in between those, the first sentence and the last sentence, you're talking about stratification at 4010. And I don't think we've heard anything in the discussions suggesting stratification at 4010 in any of these agenda items. And so I'm kind of wondering why the SSC is remarking on that here. And so I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something, or there's not some hidden meaning here that I'm missing. So thanks.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Remco. I think the reason, I think that there in the documents that that we were given and the discussion we had, there were options to consider stratification at 4010. So that we did discuss that. I think there was a strong consensus against having a stratification there and for having the stratification at 42 due to a variety of reasons. But 4010 was, my understanding was 4010 was on the table and is on the table potentially. Since then, maybe since some of the discussions yesterday in G5, maybe there is not much interest left in stratification at 4010, but we did address it because it was on the table at the time of our discussion, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions on the SSC report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dan. This is more a comment for you to respond to or not. But yeah, in linking into our discussion yesterday under stock boundaries and your sentence here about the SSC continuing to recommend stratification of status determination at state boundaries. And I understand that statement in terms of if you replaced status determination with assessment boundaries. But yeah, and as Keely mentioned, there's this statement has caused some confusions in the hallways. But as a reminder of what happened with copper last summer, there were 2 assessment areas in California. I don't know where the boundary was exactly, but the area we're talking about is probably the size of Washington State's coastline, if not larger, and a much different part of California than the rest. And yet the SSC said that that boundary wasn't clear enough to consider it a separate stock. And for the purposes of overfishing, it was more, let's look at these areas and talk about local depletion instead of overfish status. So then why then you move to the northern boundary between Oregon and California at 42, why that boundary is a hard break for status determination or not, that's where the confusion is coming in. So yeah, just a comment for you to react to if you want, but just maybe a plea for, we need to have some discussions policy science wise as part of the stock definition discussion going forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question, Mr. Niles. I would say that most of our discussions have really focused on the boundary between California and Oregon. And there's a lot more kind of uncertainty about whether or not there should be a border and separate status determinations for Oregon and Washington. Some of the discussions last year, had suggested potentially, combining those, pooling those areas. There's kind of a lack of clear information. I think there's a lack of clear genetic information to suggest that they be different. But there's other information such as
Okay. Anything further on the SSC report? All right. Thank you very much, Dan. We'll go now to the Groundfish management team. I think Joe Peterson is here to provide that. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the council, and the members of the public that are here with us today. I'm Joe Peterson, Vice Chair of the Groundfish Management Team, and I will be reading into the record agenda item G7A, Groundfish Management Team report on stock assessment check-in plan for this meeting. So the Groundfish Management Team reviewed the documents in the advanced briefing book and received an overview from Dr. Jim Hasty and Dr. Chantel Wetzel of the National Marine Fisheries Service, Northwest Fisheries Science Center, and Mr. John DeVore of the Pacific Fishery Management Council. Final recommendations of species to be assessed in 2023. The GMT continues to recommend the stocks to be assessed in 2023 that we recommended at our June 2022 statement, provided again in Table 1 below, except for cow cod, which has been removed from the list of the requested catch-only updates in 2023. The GMT recommendations support the ability for the council to select option A, which would include benchmark full assessments for copper rockfish in California, assessments for wreck sole and short spine thornyhead, as well as allow additional time for age reading of petrale sole and canary rockfish before their stock assessment review panels. Conducting assessments of copper rockfish only off California in 2023 and not assessing the population off Oregon and Washington in the absence of scientific and statistical committee approval may remove a coastwide stock definition option for copper rockfish during the Amendment 31 process. If the council sees merit in retaining both coastwide and state boundaries as stock definitions updates for copper rockfish, then the GMT requests the updated length-based data moderate assessments for Oregon and Washington, which may potentially be reviewed at the August SSC meeting, be added to the assessment list in 2023. The GMT requests information from the science centers as to whether these additional update assessments combined with all assessments presented in option A would be feasible given assessor's capacity. The recently released West Coast Groundfish Observer Program Total Mortality Report indicates that recent estimated total mortality of cow cod continues to be low relative to the 2022 annual catch target of 50 metric ton. This mortality is within the current non-trawl sector-specific ACTs included in the 2023-24 Harvest Specifications and Management Measures Rulemaking package, negating the short-term need for potential limited increases in the overfishing limit that might result from a catch-only update. So Table 1 below is a GMT's recommended species to be assessed in 2023, the recommended assessment type, and the NMFS rank for each species. I would like to also note this table will be amended after we get off the floor. The footnotes number 1 and 2 should both apply to the copper rockfish off of California. And that number 4 in that line is in error. It should be a 2. Finally, the GMT reiterates our recommendation for species to be assessed in 2025. This is in Table 2. Recognizing that the list is likely to be changed between now and 2024. The GMT's recommended species, like I said, are below in this table. And with that, me and Dr. Wetzel will answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much for the report. Let's see if there are any questions on the GMT report, which is very helpful. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Joe. With regard to the recommendation on cow cod to remove it from the 2023 list, I'm looking at the proposed 2025 list. And I'm not seeing cow cod on there, but I'm wondering if that's because we were talking simply about a catch-only update and that the 25 list probably doesn't contain all of those species. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I believe CalCod is not on our 2025 list, partially because it was on the 2023 list. And after we removed it, we didn't place it on that list.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you didn't place it on the 25 list, but removed it. But my question is if you maybe just explain to me what the thinking was in completely removing rather than moving to 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yarenko. I'm going to try to answer the question. Our table for 2025 only looked at species we were considering for full or update assessments. We haven't identified any catch-only updates at this point. I would anticipate CalCod would be discussed next cycle as well.
Thanks very much. That clarifies it.
All right. Further questions of the team? All right. Thanks very much. We'll now hear from the GAP. Gary Richter has been patiently standing by. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading from agenda item G7A, Supplemental GAP Report 1. Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Stock Assessment Check-in and Plan Final Action. Dr. Chantel Wetzel, National Marine Fisheries Service, and Mr. John DeVore, Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, briefed the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel on final stock assessment planning for 2023. The GAP offers the following comments and recommendations on stock assessment planning, which are consistent with the Scientific and Statistical Committee recommendations. Full assessments for 2023, the GAP continues to support full stock assessments for the following species in 2023, those being black rockfish, petrale sole, copper rockfish California only, and canary rockfish. Black rockfish is an important species for the recreational sector and has new ROV survey data that may inform a new full assessment. Petrale sole is an important trawl target species. The most recent update assessment suggested a decline in recruitment occurring in recent years, possibly as far back as 2012. Full assessment is recommended since there is new ecosystem driver of recruitment available for the next assessment. Copper rockfish is one of the more important nearshore rockfish species economically for non-trawl fisheries in California. They are a major component of the nearshore rockfish take in Southern California and are caught in both the nearshore and shelf rockfish fisheries. There is new data available, including data collected in the California Collaborative Fisheries Research Program, the NIMS Hook and Line Survey, and ROV data that could better inform a full assessment. Canary rockfish is another important species for both commercial and recreational fisheries. It is another stock assessment that has become stale, as it will be 8 years since it was last assessed. For data monitor assessments for 2023, we continue to support short spine thornyhead and Rex sole. Short spine thornyhead was last assessed in 2013 and is a high attainment species in both fixed gear and trawl fisheries. Rex sole was also last assessed in 2013. A length-based data monitored assessment for both species is warranted to better inform management in the future. The GAP supports going with option A, found in table 1 for the stock assessment review panel schedule in 2023. We believe we get the biggest bang for the buck with this approach, particularly with star panel 1. We believe the copper rockfish stock assessment team will receive numerous requests from the panel to do model runs. Having Rex sole and short spine thornyhead will provide a buffer to allow the panel to work on those reviews while allowing plenty of time for the stat to adequately address the model run requests. And lastly, sablefish. GAP heard from industry representatives expressing serious concerns about the huge influx of both juvenile and adult sablefish showing up in fisheries. GAP members have heard from trawl fishermen, squid light boat fishermen, sport fishing charter boat fishermen, and even pier-based sport fishermen that are encountering unusually large amounts of sablefish. It appears several New Year classes have entered into the fisheries. Those GAP members that attended the most recent star panel for sablefish did note there were indications of multiple New Year classes just beginning to show up in surveys. Industry is concerned that this likely expansion of sablefish biomass has not been accounted for in the latest assessment and that the upcoming management measures beginning in 2023 are not going to be reflective of the actual sablefish biomass. The industry has expressed concern that management may very well be affected beginning in 2023. Industry and all GAP members have requested that a new update sablefish assessment be considered immediately to justify those industry concerns. And I'll bet a shiny nickel I get sablefish questions.
All right, thanks very much for that report. Let's see if there are any questions on your report. Marcy Remco.
All right, I'll bite. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you know the location of the piers on which they were catching sablefish?
Gosh, so many people have been talking to me. I want to say there was some off the Avila Beach Pier, the Pismo Pier of all places. Why they're showing up there, I don't know. I mean, I can go back to my days when I was a kid where we used to catch a lot of them down at Redondo Beach, 3/4 of a mile off the beach. And we used to catch them on the Redondo Pier. So it's not unheard of. I mean, if the light boats are seeing them in 10, 12, 15 fathom, it's not unheard of to see those being caught on the piers. And those are going to be all juvenile fish. 1 year, less than 1 year fish. My best guess.
Further questions? All right, thanks very much.
Oh, I got away cheap.
We're feeling kind. So that completes all of the reports. There are 2 public comments that I see here, Jamie Diamond and Kevin Dunn. So come on up in turn.
Good morning, everybody again. Good morning, Chair Gorelnik, council members and staff. I am Jamie Diamond representing the Sport Fishing Association of California. At the June council meeting in Vancouver, I shared the collaborative groundfish collection project between the Sport Fishing Association and National Marine Fisheries Service stock assessor Melissa Monk and team. I'm here today to provide you an update. In the second half of June, 6 commercial passenger fishing vessels began collecting copper rockfish and sending them to NIMP Santa Cruz. We currently have 207 fish processed. Otoliths have been extracted, sexed, fin clips taken, and cataloged as of September 7th. There are still more fish in the freezer in Santa Cruz that have not been processed yet. And note, the Seawolf from Emeryville has also collected quillback rockfish that are not reflected in these numbers. We will not have ages until January 23. The lab has been collecting fin clips for possible genetic studies of copper in the future. Once NIMS is done collecting in December, they will send everything out to be aged as they do not have an in-house age reader, nor does CDFW. We would like to point out this is the first time we have current recreational age data across a broad spatial scale for an assessment. The lab is hoping to have maturity and possible fecundity data for the assessment collected this winter on chartered boats. The bottleneck will be processing in time for the assessment as copper rockfish is slated to be an early star panel. We feel it's important to mention part of the funding for this project is a direct result of participation from fishery participants in the National Recreational Fishery Summit this past spring. We'd also like to highlight to the council and staff the ongoing voluntary effort by the sport fishing fleet with copper rockfish of avoidance, zero retention, voluntary, paired with the use of descending devices. This project has vastly improved communication between the fleet and stock assessment scientists. We thank NIMS and CDFW for their assistance in making this effort possible. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Are there any questions of Jamie? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jamie. Just want to acknowledge the effort and appreciate you reporting to the council on this topic, and would note that we did hear acknowledgement from Dr. Hasty earlier in the discussion today that the 2022 samples that have been collected are on the aging to-do list. So I'm feeling very confident that your efforts will pay off and those fish will be incorporated into the stock assessment. So thank you.
All right, anything further for Jamie? Vice Chair Pettinger.
Thank you, Chair Gerald. I'd just like to say that just a great job for the those folks down there in SoCal. I mean, that's, it is your fishery. You take ownership of your fishery, and that's a great thing to see, and that hope it bears fruit.
Thank you. May I respond, Chair?
Of course.
Okay. I do want to let you know that we do have these 6 boats spread across from San Diego all the way up to Emeryville. So we are getting a good sampling across a large area, which was a concern in the previous assessment, that the area we were sampling from was not large enough. So I also want to just point that out.
All right. Thanks very much, Jamie.
Thank you.
Kevin Dunn.
Good morning, Chair Grelnick, council members. I'm here. My name's Kevin Dunn. I operate the fishing vessel Iron Lady out of Warrenton, Oregon, and we deliver in the Columbia River. I realize a late ask for the sablefish, and I guess I wanted to briefly let you know how my 10-year run has gone trawling. The first 5 years of this program, I leased the bulk of my black cod out to people to get petrolling. The last few years, I've kept it all. As the year classes and the fish seem to grow more numerous. And I just now looked. Last year, I had 33,000 pounds left at the end of the year. Good timing, bad weather, early crab season, but I had fish left. I have 13,000 pounds left right now, and there are no pounds available to lease. I have some trading stock, and I'm only one fisherman. This is affecting the whiting people. They have to have it for their bycatch to conduct their fishery. It's sad to say they're one-year fish. They have no value, but we can't fish without them. They'll get bigger. I get that we're late to the table. While we were doing the gap statement, and I only will speak personally, I had mentioned perhaps we could take Rex sole off to make room for sable, which I felt was more important. That never made it into the paper, but it wasn't just a can we pile more on. My thought was we could take something of less importance off and put something like sable on. Really, that's all I have to say, but it is important. And to manage this year's fish in 2027 will be a terrible mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there questions for Kevin? Thank you very much, Kevin. Wait, hold on a second. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I'm late. Sorry. So thanks, Kevin, for your testimony. I think what I'm hearing and a little bit reading into your thoughts and your testimony, and particularly looking forward in the next few years, that if we do have a strong year class, and if it wasn't picked up or recognized in the current assessment, and from your observations on the grounds, that sablefish are becoming more numerous. And so those individuals who use sablefish or need sablefish to cover their bycatch of sablefish in their target fishery are going to be much less likely or much less willing to let go of that during the fishing year, thereby making it even more difficult for people like you who target sablefish to obtain that from other sources. Is that close?
That's very close. Sable was trading for 30 cents earlier in the year, and people make different deals. Whiting needed them to conduct their fishery. The price went up to 60 and 70 cents. I mean, I don't want to catch fish that have no value. We're trying to chase dover, petrale, and other species, and they'll not be there one day, and the next day they'll be there to the tune of 10,000 pounds. So yes, going to be harder to get and cost more.
Thanks.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kevin. I can't remember the percentage increase that the ACL we're expecting next year, but do you have a sense of how much of what your quota will be next year? What kind of how we're expecting a bump? The council had the P-Star debate, and the ACLs are going to be as high as they've been in a long time, if not ever. But do you have any idea what you'll be getting next year, and if that's the bump's going to be enough to help, or is it still going to be not too different than you're seeing this year?
Through the chair, Mr. Niles. We plan the best that we can. Yes, I'll get more. If I thought it was going to be enough, I wouldn't be taking up everybody's time with this request.
Anything further for Kevin? Brad Pettinger?
Yeah, Kevin, I guess, so these fish you're seeing, are those your and so where are you seeing those exactly? And the length of, how big are the fish you're seeing this year class?
Through the chair, Mr. Pettinger. I think I call them 1 years. That's above my pay grade. They're small. Yeah. There's some, if we get out 75, 80 along the edge, there's a mix. We're keeping those. But I mean, up until this year, I could keep my catch down to a few thousand pounds a trip and therefore get it along. Mm-hmm. In the deep this year, my trips average 10,000 pounds of sable. Then I come on the shelf thinking I have enough for when I go back in the winter, and things will work, but it's going to take some finagling.
Okay. Thank you.
Butch Smith.
So I and Kevin fish out of the same river anyway. And I can tell you this is my 48th year on the water as a deckhand and a captain or a skipper. And I have never yet seen black cod in our catch. And we're pretty much from 10 feet to 25 feet down the way we fish in out of Ilwaco. And this year was my first year that we saw black cod on our anchovies, biting our anchovies. And like he said, it's about that long, and we encountered them within, with 300 feet of water in a 25-mile area. Didn't matter. It was all there and in between. And so there's got to be one heck of a huge class of fish for us to be encountering for the first time, and like I said, in my career. So I had to take about 3 looks at them to realize what they were. So once in a while we get them in our halibut fisheries, but we're fishing 600 feet of water. This is near the top, not the little ones, the big ones, but near the top. And so we were seeing the same thing in a little bit different parts of the ocean. So thank you, Kevin, for your testimony.
All right. Anything further for Kevin? All right. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you.
So that completes public testimony on this agenda item. And we'll take our lunch break now and then come back for council discussion and final action on this. Was there a hand up? Phil.
Thanks. I didn't mean to break in here, but I just wanted to ask, I had a question about sablefish and I wanted to ask Dr. Hasty, and I'm fine with waiting until after lunch. I just wanted to make sure he was still going to be with us.
Well, Dr. Hasty, are you still with us?
Yes, and I will be back after your lunch break.
All right, great. All right. Well, all right, so we'll take our break now. I think we're in pretty good shape time-wise, so we'll come back at 1:10, and we'll take up a discussion with Dr. Hasty amongst our council members and have our final action. We're going to get started in a few minutes, so if you want to grab some coffee or soft drinks or water, it's all available. All right, welcome back. We are on agenda item G7, stock assessment check-in and plan final action. We have had all of our reports. We have had public comment. I know that Mr. Anderson has a question for Dr. Hasty, and looks like Dr. Hasty is with us. So why don't we start there, and then we can have some discussion, and at some point we'll presumably there'll be a motion somewhere. So Phil, did you want to address your question to Dr. Hasty, or did you want to wait?
No, I can do it now.
Okay,
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Jim, I know you heard the testimony that we got from Kevin Dunn, as well as the last paragraph in the gap statement talking about sablefish and the concern of that we have a strong year class that may not be represented in the most current assessment for sablefish. And we have off of the area that I have fished this summer, we've also encountered lots of them. They're about, I don't know, 10, 12 inches long or so. And I don't know much about the growth rate of sablefish, and I'm just trying to get a sense of whether or not this year class, and I don't know what year class it would be. Is it the 19-year class, or is it 20 or 21? If you have any thoughts about that issue and the number of these small sablefish that all of the different fishery sectors seem to be encountering, and whether or not you think that our current assessment is capturing the presence of that year class.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. In the package that we submitted for prioritization back in June, the detailed data package, that included some figures for each species, one of which for species that are selected by the trawl survey shows the length composition information over the entire run of that survey. And there is certainly a large bubble that shows up at a fairly short fish length for the 21 survey. And so if that were reflecting, say, 1-year-olds that had not been selected well or since we didn't have a survey in 2020, it's quite likely that we didn't have much of any information about that, the fish that would be represented in that bubble. Now, we obviously aren't going to have data from the 22 assessment for quite some time. And it's not clear whether there might be an additional pulse of young fish beyond what we saw in the 21 survey. With regard to how sablefish might fit into the 23 planning, if the council wants to consider the possibility of a sablefish assessment, we'd note that the SSC recommended after the 2019 or the 2021, was it 21 update or 19? Gosh, I can't remember. At any rate, the last update, the SSC recommended that the next assessment be a full assessment. So if we had to do a full assessment for sablefish, I think pretty clearly we would have to either drop petrale or canary and basically substitute sablefish for one of those species. It's been a longer time since we assessed canary. I think that last assessment was 2015. We did an update for petrale in 2019, but that's also been subject to a somewhat higher utilization rate over the years, and we have a new recruitment driver relationship to include in a new full assessment for that. Either one of those could wait. If we did a sablefish update, then I think at least one of the length-based data moderates that we've assigned for short spine or wreck sole would have to be dropped. Potentially both, but I think we would try to do what we could to get both of them done. Or sablefish and one of the others, which would probably be short spine. And then I would note too that if we did sablefish as an update without dropping either canary or petrale, those two species are where we have most of our aging burden for next year right now. And so if we're adding sablefish to that, and trying to catch up with 2 years from the fishery and the trawl survey, that would probably mean we would have to back off of some of our aging for petrale and canary, and that might well apply to the WDFW aging plans as well. So hopefully I answered your question and maybe a bit more that is at least useful at some point in this discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. No, that was informative, and I appreciate you adding those additional pieces and the kinds of trade-offs that we'd have to think about if we were going to add sablefish. So I appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Jim, for the information. You mentioned petrale, and this has come up last. We hadn't thought about this until now, but I think petrale, wasn't there also a concern about not seeing recent recruitment? I think I'm looking at that document you mentioned in your last answer, and but do you recall if that's correct? If part of the interest in petrale was a concern about a lack of incoming recruitment?
Yes, the presentation that we made in June stressed that that we had some large year classes estimated for petrale back in the sort of mid to late 2000s. And those really started showing up in our survey more prominently around 2010 to 12, kind of in that range. And were very noticeable at the shorter fish lengths. And we really haven't seen any substantial recruitment in the length data in those same lengths since then. So that's, it's been about 10 years since we've seen a lot of fish showing up in those younger lengths where we saw them previously when we got strong recruitment.
All right. Any further questions for Dr. Hasty or any discussion amongst council members on this agenda item? Oh, Vice Chair Pettinger.
Yep. Thank you, Jim. As far as this year's survey, the way it's going, I didn't really talk too much to the first pass. I did have after talking to Kevin Dunn, this council meeting, caught up on what's going to happen on the shelf. And so I reached out to our vessel, my brother's vessel participates in the FRAM survey. And he tells me, from him, the skipper said there's a lot of fish, small fish inside 50 fathoms. And he sent me a picture of the table loaded up with about a foot long sable fish. And so he says that they're kind of everywhere inside 50 fathoms. So have you any feedback you can add to what they're seeing and what potentially would a big year class, if they're seeing that, how much would that, how that would affect the potential stock assessment or an update? And as far as an update goes, what could we expect out of an update as far as meaningful difference as far as what the ACL might be? Just roughly.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. I have not gotten any feedback from the trawl survey on sablefish, and unfortunately, we didn't become aware as much that this issue might come forward to the council under this agenda item until yesterday, and so it wasn't as feasible to reach out to folks from our trawl survey group on the weekend to just try to see if there was some anecdotal information. I would say that, if these fish are 1 year old or 2 years old now, they're not contributing much to either the spawning biomass or the exploitable biomass. And so it's one of these real awkward situations where it's possible what they would more likely contribute to, though, is increases during the projection period as those fish get to be 3 and 4 years old, where they're more of marketable size and more of them are beginning to transition, throughout the projection period into somewhat mature states. So on the other hand, I do appreciate the comment that was made, I think, by Kevin about, if we don't do an assessment this year, then our next chance to implement new information is 2007. And that is a long ways away. And these fish grow fast. Sablefish are right up there among the fish that we have that are growing rapidly. So at early ages. So it is a very challenging situation to know how to treat this. And I wish I had, a magic bullet or some insight to pierce through all of this, but I don't.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. Well, Jim, I guess with that, an update, what would we get out of an update assessment as far as the small fish looking forward as compared to a full assessment? What's the difference? Obviously, a full assessment's better.
Yeah, I mean, the update would still include, as long as we're doing, a complete update, not just a catch-only update, but a complete update, we would be including new compositional information, certainly all of the length information from the most recent fishery and survey. Question would be, how much aging can we do? To a certain extent, the recruitment signal is going to show up pretty clearly in the length data for sablefish. So maybe we would have to get by with a little bit less aging for sablefish than we might normally want to do, and we'd have to reduce some of our plans for canary and petrale. That would probably mean, we have multiple years of data. I think like we've got 8 years of recreational data from Oregon that haven't been read for canary, going all the way back to what was aged for the 2015 assessment. And so it could be that some of those years that are farther away from the present might not get aged at all. So we might have some gaps, and it's not the end of the world. That happens from time to time if we don't have enough time to do everything that we'd like to do. The one thing is, of course, while our lab does try to keep up a little bit with sablefish as they can in sort of the off season, we haven't addressed or directed any of our aging effort in our shop towards sablefish since last spring, because it didn't look like it was going to be a priority. And so we'd be really playing catch up on that. I'm not sure what state Washington is in, other than Washington State, but they may have been able to keep up on more of their sablefish than we have along the way. But I'd have to check with Teresa about that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jim. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Undoubtedly, we've heard and seen quite a bit of evidence that is a good thing, that there's a lot of sablefish in the pipeline. And of course, that can be difficult if our ACLs are proving to be constraining. And so as we think about, at least I'm anticipating, that's why this discussion about potentially doing a stock assessment is on the floor right now. And it might be helpful to anticipate what the ACLs will be like over the coming years, and whether that may address some of the concern that I'm hearing from this council. And so I'm wondering if Mr. DeVore has that information at his fingertips, and whether you could speak to that, John.
Thank you, Merrick. Yeah, so this year's ACL for sablefish is 6,000 in north of 36 is 6,566 metric tons. Next year's ACL goes up to 8,486 metric tons, a 29% increase from this year. And then it goes up further in 2024. The other point that I wanted to make that's a little bit off from your question is that in June of last year, when the SSC reviewed the 2021 update assessment of sablefish, they did make the recommendation that the next sablefish assessment be a full assessment. And, clearly this discussion was not had at this meeting with the SSC to sort of gauge whether they would change that recommendation for this particular, for sablefish assessment next year. So it wasn't known to them that this would be an issue.
All right, thanks for that, John. So whether on sablefish or anything else, let's continue our discussion on this agenda item and then get to a motion when folks are ready. I assume someone at some point will have a motion. I can't bring it.
We're ready.
You ready?
When we're ready for motion.
If there's no more discussion, then if someone wants to offer a motion, I'd look for a hand. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Give me just a second to transmit my motion. Thank you.
Okay, there's some language before us. Marcy, why don't you take a look at it and let us know whether that's accurate and complete? Or do you want to read your motion and then, got to do this in the right order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council adopt 1, the 2023 list of species to be assessed, stock assessment type and schedule as proposed in Table 1, Agenda Item G7, Attachment 1, with the exception of removing the cow-cod catch-only update from the list. Item 2, for 2025, the preliminary list of species to be assessed and potential stock assessment types for 2025 as recommended by the GMT in Table 2, Agenda Item G7A, Supplemental GMT Report 1.
All right, thank you. And now I will ask whether the language is accurate and complete.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
I'll look for a second. Seconded by Jessica Watson. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to acknowledge the council and council staff and NIM staff for extending final action on stock assessments following our discussion in June, where we found ourselves in a situation where we needed to work through a few issues with the stock definitions question. So the extra time allowed us to thoroughly contemplate the order of operations and how to get this list right so that folks could proceed efficiently and effectively with stock assessment plans in 2023. The final list reflects those species that were identified as priorities for assessment using a matrix that evaluated the key factors such as the importance to the fishery, the potential conservation vulnerability, or that are in need of being reassessed as they approach the end of the 10-year abundance projections. The list that we're adopting today does reflect the same species that we recommended in June, but now have had the benefit of multiple meetings and discussions and review, both by NIMS stock assessment staff and GMT and GAP and the SSC. Appreciate NIMS's concurrence. The Science Center staff has confirmed that the species and the schedule identified in Table 1 is doable in terms of workload for them, and that they'll be able to staff and accommodate the STAR panel schedules and timelines, as well as effectively staff the STAT teams. Based on the presentation we heard today from Dr. Hasty and the Q&A that followed, the schedule would allow for additional opportunity in November, if needed, to amend the list to add updates for length-based data moderate assessments for Oregon and Washington. And again, that's if needed. Following the outcome of the stock definitions decision on copper rockfish that we expect to take place in November. I'd like to take a second to just reiterate the importance of a full assessment for copper off California in 2 areas, incorporating the newest data and indices that we're working hard on. We had an index-based assessment for copper rockfish in 2013, and now 2 2021 length-based data moderate assessments. And we're very excited and looking forward to see the California stock undergo a full assessment. We're also looking forward to the benchmark assessments for black rockfish in each state. Motion also includes removing the cow cod catch-only update as recommended by the GMT, which hopefully will lighten the assessment load just a little bit. Turning to the 2025 list, we recommend the preliminary list that the GMT has provided us in their table 2. Noting that it's nice to have a preliminary list. It gives agencies an opportunity to plan ahead with their data collection activities and prioritize any additional data collection work that might be accomplished before those assessments might get underway. I think the council just started adding a 2025 list a cycle or 2 ago, and it certainly has helped already in planning ahead and focusing data collection efforts, noting that there's opportunities in the future to reevaluate the 2025 list if new information becomes available that might lend itself to changes for the preliminary list as we get closer to adopting the final list down the road. Anyway, thank you again. That's it.
All right, thank you for the motion. Any questions for the maker of the motion? Any discussion on this motion? All right, I'm not seeing any hands. Do you, Brad?
Well, just a comment. I just, fortunately, my phone broke last night, so I haven't been able to reach out to anybody and get some more clarification on things. Hear what Dr. Hasty had to say. It looks like the ask is a little late, I believe. Otherwise, a little more informative, might maybe amend, but the ocean is a crazy place. Why the stars line up and why does one stalk just bloom for a period of time? I have no idea. I don't think anybody else does. I think that there's a lot of information being gathered. I think folks getting better at it. Maybe someday we will. But it will be a tough few years for the trawl fleet where we're going right now, because I hope there's some shrimp around. Because I go to blue shrimping, because at 10,000 pounds a trip of what Kevin talked about is about exactly what we did this year. We did 2 trips a month, and we were done by May. And there is no fish available on the auction. So anyway, it is what it is. And but we got to take care of the stress species. So that's all I'll say for now.
All right, thank you, Brad. Bill Anderson.
Yeah, just voice a few thoughts here. Appreciate the motion. We'll support it. And I have some of the similar concerns that Brad just expressed. We've already delayed making this decision, and I don't think there's room for further delay. And I don't think, at least from my chair, that we have the information in front of us that would help us make an informed decision about adding sablefish and the trade-offs to that. Everything from, the SSC's perspective to really understanding what the trade-offs are. I'm not at all comfortable with pulling canary or petrale off the list at this juncture. I think having, understanding that we've got a significant increase in the ACL in 23 and another one in 24. I don't know how significant the additional increase is in 24, but hopefully that will help address the concerns that we've heard and that I share. But I think at this juncture, this is the right decision. So thanks.
All right, thanks for that. Any further discussion on the motion? I'm not seeing any hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for the motion. Let me ask, I think we're okay here, but let me just ask around the table before I go back to John to see if there's any other business from folks. John, how are we doing?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. With that last motion, you have adopted a final list of groundfish stocks to be assessed next year. With that, you also adopted the proposed schedule for star panel reviews that was in Table 1 of Attachment 1. And you also adopted a preliminary list of stocks to be assessed in 2025 as recommended by the GMT. So with that, you have completed action on this agenda item.
All right, thank you very much. So that checks off that agenda item. And we will move immediately into G8. I know there's a couple of seats that are going to be changing, so we'll just pause here. I want to give folks a chance to do that.
To have enough, you need to introduce Daryl. He's just a consultant you might welcome.
All right, welcome. I'd like to acknowledge our consultant, Daryl Brannon, who's now at the table, and also Maggie Summer, who is not a stranger to this table, but is now for the very first time in the NIMS seat. So welcome, Maggie, wearing that hat. It's good to have you back. So I'll turn to Dr. Seeger to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, council members. For this agenda item, your action today is to review plans for the trawl catch share cost project and provide guidance on future work in the timeline. This project is intended to take a deep dive into the structure of the trawl catch share program and all costs related to the required elements of the program. Its objectives are to document industry concerns about program costs.
I just didn't see him on that.
Identify costs related to specific program elements, compare those costs to similar catch share programs, and organize and present the information to inform future deliberations. The hope is that the project will set the council up to look at possible changes to the program that would reduce costs in the future. I want to take a moment just to talk about the process by which this project has come in front of you. Last spring, the Council Budget Committee recommended and the Council endorsed that Council staff engagement on the trawl cost project if the NIMS West Coast region funding for the proposal was awarded. That funding was later awarded, An earlier check-in for this project was originally scheduled for the June 2022 council meeting. However, it was squeezed off that agenda with the understanding that this would mean that council staff would have to work for a period with NIMS staff without any additional opportunity for council involvement. So that set up this meeting as the first opportunity that the council and its advisors have had to comment and provide guidance on this project. Where we stand now is that we have the project description for folks to review as provided for you in attachment 1. And this proposal focuses on the shoreside sector. While we've been hearing a lot of concern about the economic viability of the shoreside non-whiting vessels, we recognize the concerns are not limited to that sector. And in that regard, I want to note that the NIMS request for proposals was not specific to the shoreside sector, and the shoreside scope is not set in stone. With that introduction to where we are and the process we've gone through to get here, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Daryl Brandon, who has already been introduced to you as the contractor on this project, and he'll talk a little bit more about the project timeline and what he plans to be doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, as Dr. Seeger indicated, my name is Daryl Brandon. This is my first time in front of the Pacific Council. I have spent a lot of hours in front of the North Pacific Council as both a council staff, as senior economist for the North Pacific Council, and as a contractor. I started working, actually, for those of you who know Dave Fletherall, who's now the executive director, we applied for the same position in November of 1992. And we both got hired, and he's now the executive director, and I'm a contractor. I don't know if that tells you anything. As Mr. Seeger indicated, I'm looking for some feedback on the project based on the scope of work that we presented as the attachment to the document. And you have not seen this scope of work, and the way it's currently laid out, we have a proposed timeline of coming back with a preliminary review in April of 2023. And a kind of a final review document in September 2023. I would expect that there would be an opportunity for the council and the advisory bodies to request modifications to the document at both timelines, but we would expect most of the heavy lifting changes would probably come after the April review. As Dr. Seeger indicated, the current contract is limited to scope to the shoreside trawl IFQ program. You'll hear feedback from the GAP and the GMT that there may be some interest in expanding the scope. And again, the three main analytical objectives described in this scope of work are documenting industry concerns. And the way I typically work, I try to be very open, honest, and try and contact as many people as possible when I work on these contracts. Members of the agency and specifically the industry have a lot more knowledge than I do, and they're the best source of information. So I will strive to contact people in the various sectors and as many of the people as possible to get their views on how the program is working. I intend to compare the cost to similar catch share programs. And again, we don't have a specific list of catch share programs we're going to compare this program to. We're certainly open to suggestions at this meeting. I know the GAP will provide you a couple of examples of what they thought of would be appropriate comparisons. And we will certainly look at those and develop the final list after this meeting, and working with the council staff and the NIMP staff to finalize that list. The focus is going to certainly be on costs that can be modified, but we expect to do probably a less deep dive in other costs. We're not going to look specific at agency costs. We're going to look at costs overall to the extent possible. We'll also provide some information on the revenue generated by the various fisheries, because that's an important comparison. Although I do not anticipate getting into detail about why revenue has changed in terms of pricing and those kinds of things. I think that would be an analytical task that goes well beyond what we're looking at here and could be a very complex task, given all the moving parts that go into changing prices and revenue in these fisheries. And finally, we intend to, as I said, bring back an initial review in April and a final review in September for the council and the advisory bodies to look at. And that's a very brief overview of the project. I look forward to receiving your guidance, and it's a pleasure to be in front of you.
All right, thanks very much. It's great to meet you. Let's see if there are any questions of the council of you at this time, although I expect some discussion may be more appropriate when it comes time for council discussion and guidance. Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question for Mr. Brannon, just a brief introductory remark. So if anyone has a question, I'll defer till after that.
I think we're anxious to hear your introductory remarks.
Thank you, Chair. We are very glad to be able to support this project in response to concerns about costs that we have heard from the council and stakeholders over the years. We're glad Mr. Brannon is on board. I'm confident his expertise and approach will bring a very valuable product to the council. And I did want to let you know that because this deep dive into costs is a project that NMFS initiated rather than a required component of the trawl catch share review, we will not be recovering costs associated with this project. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Anderson.
I had a question for Dr. Seeger.
Of course.
On his, in the SITSUM, it covers these three broad objectives. And I'm wondering where those objectives, or who came up with those objectives?
Thank you, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Chairman. They were developed in sort of the back and forth between, there was the original proposal or the request for proposals from NMFS, and then back and forth between council staff and Mr. Brannon as the proposal was developed. I can't tell you exactly who suggested it at that point, but it kind of came out of the nexus of those discussions.
Go ahead.
I don't know whether my comments are best made here or during council deliberations, but I do have a comment about the objectives.
Well, I think I know where you're going, and I think we'll wait for discussion on it. All right, are there any further questions of Dr. Seeger or Mr. Brannon? Corey Niles?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here. Nice to meet you. We've heard nice things about you in the Washington delegation. I just missed something that you said, and it would help envision what this work's actually going to look like. I might have misheard you, but you said the heavy lifting would happen after April. Can you maybe elaborate on that if I misheard, or just a little more to help trying to get the head around what your research and activities will be like?
Mr. Chairman, sorry if I've confused everyone with that comment. That comment was specifically looking at recommendations for changes from the council to the preliminary review draft would occur after April. My intent is to do most of my initial heavy lifting prior to that and bring back a fairly complete document for the April meeting and give you a chance to look at it. I think what I tried to indicate was that I would expect there would be fewer changes after the September meeting than after the April meeting, after you had a chance to review it once.
Any further questions on the overview? Keeping in mind, we'll come back for discussion. All right, thank you. But don't go too far away. So we have a couple of reports here. Whitney Robertson on behalf of the GMT.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Whitney Roberts, for the record. I'll be reading agenda item G8 B, I think that should be A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, September 2022. The Groundfish Management Team received an overview of this agenda item from Dr. Jim Seeger of the Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, reviewed the materials in the briefing book, and held a discussion with Dr. Daryl Brannon to get further clarity on the proposed cost project. The GMT appreciates the National Marine Fisheries Services and the Council's interest in reviewing costs associated with the West Coast Trawl Catch Share program and looks forward to seeing the work that Dr. Brannon brings forward in April 2023. The team did not see any issues with the project timeline proposed in the attachment 1. In GMT discussions with West Coast fishing industry members, participants from many different sectors have commented that even in cases where fish prices are increasing, for example, sablefish, prices are becoming less indicative of overall profits due to the currently high costs associated with fuel, purchasing permits, and technologically advanced equipment sometimes required, and other business costs. The intent of this review is to ultimately inform any potential changes to the catch share program that could minimize costs. National Standard 7 guidelines consider factors such as fuel costs, enforcement costs, or the burden of collecting data as examples of costs that could inform action alternative selection. Therefore, the GMT urges the Council and NMFS to consider keeping the scope of the term cost broad to include costs incurred by the industry beyond just administrative costs and to consider the cumulative impacts of all costs. The GMT also sees an opportunity to broaden the scope of the project to include the Pacific whiting at-sea sectors, in other words, the catcher, processor, and mothership sectors of the trawl catch share program, in addition to the shoreside individual fishing quota sector of the trawl catch share program. It is the GMT's understanding that the Council could choose to broaden the scope of sectors at this meeting. It is unclear why the scope was initially limited to the shoreside sector, and we hope that a clear rationale can be provided if the scope continues to be limited to the shoreside sector. Many catcher vessels participate in both the mothership and shoreside Pacific whiting sectors of the IFQ program, and that overlap should be taken into consideration if the at-sea sectors are not included. And that concludes the statement.
All right, thank you very much. Whitney, are there questions on the report? Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We have one further report, Brent Payne for the GAP. Welcome back, Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Brent Payne, member of the GAP. Speaking to the agenda item G3B, Supplemental GAP Report 1. The Groundfish Advisory Panel, subpanel received the briefing on this agenda item from Jim Seeger and Daryl Brannon. The GAP offers the following comments and recommendations. 1, the GAP appreciates and supports this project. 2, the GAP recommends the project scope be expanded to include the offshore whiting sectors and the shoreside processors. 3, since this is a general impression that the program has been beneficial since there's a general impression that the program has been beneficial for shoreside whiting trawl and challenging for bottom trawl, the GAP recommends that the data and evaluation of these sectors be separable. 4, the GAP expects monitoring costs to be not only one of the biggest biggest program cost categories, but also one with substantial potential savings. The GAP requests all monitoring direct costs, for example, observers, catch monitors, electronic monitoring, and indirect costs such as observer program oversight, EM review, and catch monitor program oversight to be captured, and the cost per sea day be calculated and compared to the cost per sea day for other limited access privilege programs. 5, the GAP suggests 2 programs of particular interest for comparison could be the British Columbia Multi-Species Trawl IQ program and the New England Sector program, fishery program. 6, the GAP has long advocated for 2 areas of focus for program costs that are not part of the proposed scope of this project. The first is to compare pre and post program costs to credit savings. And the second is to streamline recoverable activities such as social science research to only what is absolutely necessary to fill program mandates. 7, the GAP appreciates the intent to reach out to industry participants for an understanding of concerns. And 8, the GAP looks forward to the process and the desire to ultimately get to concrete recommendations on how costs could be minimized for this program. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brent. Are there questions of Brent? All right, thank you very much. That concludes all the reports I have before me. We have no public comment. So that will take us to our council action and an opportunity for discussion on the project. And I know that Mr. Anderson had a question, but whomever raises their hand first shall be called on first. Okay, Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So my question, as you probably inferred, was around the objectives of the project, and it's tied into a portion of item number 6 in the gap. And before I go there, let me just say first that I really appreciate National Marine Fisheries Service putting this out, taking this project on. I think it's been the whole issue of costs has been a big one for a long time, and I say we in the broader sense have wrestled with trying to answer their questions and in a meaningful way. And so I think I really appreciate and commend you for bringing this forward. What I didn't see in the objectives and that I was, which is a source of a concern, is that when we implemented the program in 2011, I think it was, we were incurring a certain level of cost to manage this fishery prior to the time we put the catch share program in place. And the policy, as I understand it, that was brought forward at that time was that additional costs over and above this base that was directly associated with the various provisions of the catch share program were to be borne by the industry through cost recovery. And I think one of the things that I have heard repeatedly since that time is the inability to have some sort of a quantification of the base. What was the base cost of managing the trawl fishery pre and then post implementation of the LAP program? And so that there could be a clear understanding and a delineation between the costs that were associated of managing the fishery without it and the additional costs that occur as a result of managing with it. And then understanding that difference, or at least my understanding, which could be wrong, was that it was that difference that the industry was responsible for to pay for through the use primarily of the cost recovery fund. So that's the piece that I didn't see in the objectives that were listed in the situation summary, those 3. And again, tying into the area that the GAP brought forward about understanding what pre and post program costs are, credit the savings where there were savings as we're going to the LAP, but also understanding what the additional costs were. So that's my general concern and what I didn't see and as might be an outcome of the project.
Maggie?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Anderson, for raising that. We are well aware that's an important issue that's been raised repeatedly by stakeholders. It is not part of the intent of this particular project, which is to really focus on current costs of the required elements of the program, costs of participating in the program today, and as described, in order to be able to set the council up to be able to consider potential changes to the structure of that program that could result in cost savings. Not discounting the questions you just raised and that the GAP raised, we believe the appropriate time to really get into and discuss those issues would be at the next annual cost recovery report.
Thank you. Is there anything further response from Dr. Seeger at all? Okay.
Pardon? I want to ask.
Brad?
Yeah. I have a question for Maggie, I think. I'd like to thank the agency for moving ahead of this project. You established a number of $170,000, I believe, to fund it. And was the agency's intent to look at the bottom trawl fishery because it's lacking in its lack of catch from what would hope to see, without looking at whiting, or was it from the very beginning looking at the entire catch share program? And I'm asking that question because, and I certainly understand the whiting fishery for one to be involved in it, as far as potential they could gain, as far as from identifying some of those areas that need to be, cost reductions could be had. But if it was the intent of the organization to just do the bottom trawl fishery, is $170,000 going to be enough to do a complete review of the program as you envisioned?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Pettinger. The money provided by the National Marine Fisheries Service was not specific to only the bottom trawl sector within the trawl catch share program. We certainly anticipated that there may be a focus on that sector, given what we have heard and the data we have seen about some of the challenges facing that fishery, but certainly not an intent originally to exclude the at-sea whiting sectors.
All right. Further, Mr. Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Maggie and Daryl. Good to see you, and thanks for the report. Maggie, when you started here and explained to us what was the approach here, you also left the door open that the council might suggest doing things that a little differently. At least that was my impression. I happen to agree with Phil that you really can't have a look at the cost recovery unless you're just going to take the cost recovery as a number in and of itself and not look how that affects cost to the industry in this. And I think that's a significant cost. We've heard it for years now, since the very first cost recovery report, that industry is not satisfied with the way it's calculated, not satisfied with the lack of transparency. And I think it's been well documented, and the GAP has offered ways to look at it, maybe a way to build more trust with industry in the final result. There's guidance that accompanied cost recovery in the very beginning in the final motion. And one of those was, I think they referred to it as Appendix C at the time, that was adopted in the final motion. And it was pertinent to the design and use of limited entry access privilege programs, authors Lee G. Anderson and Mark C. Holliday. And it specifically gives you the roadmap of how to interpret cost recovery. I think it's important to get to the bottom of that, to understand how it's being implemented and how it might be adjusted per those guidelines to potentially save a lot of cost to the industry. So to that end, I don't see how you do a report that's going to have any meaningful effect unless you dig a little farther under the hood on that. That's my opinion. The other things, I do agree with Brad's question. I don't know if he had a point there, but I think you can't do this with just the bottom trawl sector. I think all the sectors have to be considered when you do this because it affects them all. just because some have a lot more income because of the size and scope of their fisheries, doesn't mean it's any more affordable. And I think that could really point to some of the issues that we've dealt with at this meeting that talk about equity and environmental justice and such, because the disproportionate costs have taken their toll as well. So that analysis, I think, to get to the bottom of costs and the effects, it needs to go a little deeper than that. So it leads me to another part of this, and I assume it's what you're looking for is council input into how this should go forward, or is it is it what the agency has come up with as an approach, and are we waiting for the results of that approach and then adjust it, or should we be making comments now? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Recognizing that Director Burden might respond to the last part of your question, I wanted to respond to the first two. First, as I said, we certainly recognize the very strong interest in exploring the cost recovery issues, and we recognize the interaction of that with the total cost numbers overall, with the design of the program, and all of those work together to determine the cost borne by industry and by the agency of this program. Again, the intent of this project is to look at costs overall, regardless of whether they are recovered or recoverable or not. There are costs to industry, to the agency of operating this program as a catch share program. And, we want to be able to provide the council with that opportunity to see a synthesis of that information and have a well-informed discussion of whether there could be changes to the program elements that could reduce the costs. I fully recognize that changes to cost recovery fee calculation could potentially reduce the portion of those costs borne by the industry. And again, I am aware of the interest in that, and the next cost recovery report will be the appropriate time to really dig into that. As for again, on the scope of the project and whether it is focused solely on the shore-based IFQ sector of the program or includes the at-sea whiting sectors, I would suggest that at some point it might be appropriate to ask Mr. Brannon for his input on what he thinks the trade-offs there would be in terms of the depth in which he is able to go in the analysis.
Bob, was that response?
I'll hold my comments till.
Okay, you'll hold it.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Brannon, did you want to weigh in here?
Mr. Chairman, I certainly think that it's doable to look at all the sectors as part of this contract. And, there may be some trade-offs in the depth that we can get into instead of looking at one sector, looking at all three sectors. When we talk about comparison against other fisheries, I think it may bring in additional fisheries that we'd want to consider comparing against, looking at cooperative structures, true cooperative structures versus the IFQ type system. And so it may require that we add additional cost information on cooperative structures. And when I was in the GAP, they informed me that the whiting IFQ system does have many of the costs of cooperative systems because, they do have people that manage the quota and they have quota pools and they have those kinds of things. So those are, there may be some overlap. A long-winded answer to say, I think I can do what you're asking for under this contract and look at all three sectors and provide information that's necessary and try and tease out the different costs associated with a true IFQ model, kind of a quasi-co-op IFQ model, and a true cooperative model.
Thank you for that. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just feel a need to pursue clarity a little bit on what we might expect to get out of this, given the last response to my previous question left me with feeling like I had an empty bag. That's a joke. So when I look at the first bullet under the 3 broad objectives, to me, there are 2 different things there that are captured in a single bullet. Documentation of the industry concerns to me is one thing. Identifying costs related to the specific program elements is an entirely different thing. And so to me, there ought to be at least 4 bullets, but and when I look at the second part of that, the identifying costs related to specific program elements, then I go up into the first paragraph, and it talks about one step, considering these concerns. Look at the funds for a contract that more closely, to look more closely at costs that are borne by industry and National Marine Fisheries Service. So there's a question in here for Maggie. So under that second part of that first bullet, identifying costs related to the specific program elements and understanding that you're going to be looking more closely at the costs that are borne by industry and National Marine Fisheries Service, would the report that comes out of this for those specific program elements identify whether NIMS was paying for those specific elements or whether industry was paying for this, for those specific elements, or some combination thereof? And the reason I'm asking that is if the answer were yes, then in my view, the report would help in a potential subsequent step, getting at the one of the underlying concerns that industry has about what is the base cost of managing the fishery and what are the pieces of managing the fishery that are borne by industry, and being able to make some at least qualitative judgment as to whether those are associated with the catch share program or just basic management.
Maggie?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question. First, I would remind us all that it is a council contract. NIMS provided the funding, but with the intent that it be a contract with an independent expert to conduct the review. And so I think certainly if you have specific questions on expectations for what will be included in the report resulting from this contract, I would defer to the council's executive director and Mr. Brannon. I personally, I think what you just suggested would be reasonable to include and probably feasible. And I understand the potential value in that. As we seem to be really getting quite a bit into discussion of cost recovery, and that's not either the intent of this project or our discussion today. But I just want to make sure that we are all clear with expectations that the determination and calculation of cost recovery fees is a NIMS responsibility. And so the ways that the levers the council has to adjust to potentially affect cost savings in this program really are the regulatory elements of the program, the monitoring components, for example, et cetera. And so those are the ones that we really envisioned this project digging into and providing information to tee up for the council, information needed to support an informed conversation about the trade-offs that would come with potential program changes. You might consider reducing monitoring rates, for example, but what would you lose and what's the value of that, et cetera.
Merrick Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Maggie, for your explanation. In response to your questions, Mr. Anderson, just to reiterate what Ms. Summer indicated, we are prepared to work with Darrell to modify the contract based on your feedback. And so we've spoken with Darrell. This is one of the reasons why we're here today. And so I think within your questions are suggestions that we are taking. And what I would maybe try to outline as a picture for where this could end up is if you were to envision a list of the design aspects of the trawl IFQ program, next to that, we'd be trying to say, here is how much it costs for those elements. And that would give you some information to start to say, okay, are these things that we would want to tweak? And if so, would that have a major impact or not on the cost of the program? Maggie's point, I think, is worth reiterating that some of those costs are determined to be recoverable by the agency and some are not. And that's not within the scope of this project. That's the NOAA's internal deliberations. But we can work with Darrell to try to outline the actual cost, not necessarily how it's recovered, if that makes sense to you. And so if it's helpful to then separate whether it's a cost that is to the agency or whether it's a cost internalized by the industry, we can talk with Darrell about trying to break that out a bit. Hopefully that helps.
Bill?
Thanks, Mr. Burden. Yeah, that helps. I'm just reading what's in the sit-sum here. And maybe I'm taking too many liberties at interpreting what it says, but when it says to look more closely at costs that are borne by industry and NIMS, that suggested to me that they would be looking at both those elements and that those could be represented and quantified so that we could understand the cost of the various elements and who's paying for them under the current system. I totally get that it's within NIMS prerogative to determine what is eligible to use cost recovery dollars for. I get that. But this project, it seems to me, among the objectives is to try to address some of the concerns that have been raised by industry, better understand what the costs are, look at cost comparisons for similar elements in other catch share programs, and hopefully maybe inform us on where we might look to reduce costs of this program. So that's what and maybe I'm wrong about all that.
Dr. Brannon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, Dr. Anderson? Neither am I. So when I think about the costs of this program, there's agency costs that the agency will be able to provide to me. There are industry costs, many of which have been collected through these economic data reports that the industry's been filling out over the last several years. There's probably also some, I haven't had an opportunity at this point to dig deeply into those to see all the costs, but between that and as much as we all love Paperwork Reduction Act summaries that we have to do, there's information in there as well. So it was my intent to look at all those different kinds of costs in this. And as Mr. Burden indicated, there could be a field in a table or whatever that says this is a cost directly borne by industry. This is a cost that was borne by the agency. I've already heard from industry that they'd also like to see things like, well, what about the things like some areas have their observer coverage paid for, partially paid for, and those kinds of costs that, are differential between different areas. And so, To the extent I can come up with that information relatively easily, that's what I intend to do. It's not my intent to go out and conduct my own surveys of costs for things that may not be easily gleaned from the information that's currently available. But it is my intent to look at that information as much as I can and provide summaries.
All right, thank you for that. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think this is a question for you, Daryl. And yeah, this has been helpful to hear that Mr. Anderson's back and forth. I'm having trouble envisioning what the analysis will look like, and maybe most of it's waiting for April is I'm gonna be curious. But yeah, I was gonna ask you about the economic data collection and how you're gonna need those, because I was just looking at the forums, and the level of information they collect is pretty extensive. And I think if I'm doing the math here, cost recovery, as Maggie said, is just a piece, and looks like it's less than 3% of the variable costs that people are reporting. I might have done the math wrong there, but so I guess in this part where you're going to compare to other programs around the world or nation, a lot of us have been involved with this program since its development, and there aren't really any programs out there, especially the bottom trawl IFQ program, that are equivalent in terms of how many species we have IFQ for, and the small quotas. They've gotten bigger over time, but still have small quotas for yellow eye rockfish, for example. So it's a long way of getting to my question of. It comes down to me, and another electronic monitoring is one this council has been working on, the cost of that for a long time. And so the question is, what is the right level of monitoring? It's almost gets down to a tough question on how much monitoring is needed for these conservation objectives we have. And maybe haven't paid attention in a few years if there's new programs in the world that have similar conservation. Low quotas would be the easiest way to say it. Yeah. So anything you ever respond to that? Just trying to envision what the report is going to look like here when we see it in April.
Mr. Chairman, it's kind of difficult to say exactly what the report's going to look like when it comes out, because we're just really getting started on it. And in terms of the fisheries that we're going to compare it against, we were looking for input from you, but we will develop those as possible. We've got the East Coast sector fishery. That's one that people have mentioned. The Canadian model. I think we need to exercise a little bit of caution when we start looking at fisheries outside the U.S. because they don't operate under the Magnuson Act, and so there's a lot of different requirements and costs that would be prescribed. Not costs that would be prescribed, but elements of a program that would be prescribed under the Magnuson Act that wouldn't necessarily apply to other areas, and looking at those kinds of costs. And so, I don't feel like I'm giving you a great answer at this point, simply because it's we're still trying to figure out exactly what the scope of the project is, and what people are looking for. And as I've indicated, it's my intent to provide as much information on costs and separate those costs between what the industry bears, what the agency bears, and provide that information and a discussion of those costs and why they're there. Beyond that, I don't know that I can give you a good answer at this point. I apologize.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And fair enough. Thank you for what you offered there. And I don't, moving from a question to comment, if we're going to get to comments, we would of course be supportive of you looking at the at-sea sectors as well. So I was glad to hear that you thought you could work that in.
All right, further discussion? Okay, well, we've gotten some guidance here. I don't know if Dr. Seeger, you want to recap the guidance? And then we can all, so when we go forward after today, we're all on the same page.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heard a lot of support for expanding the scope beyond the shoreside sector to include all sectors. And then for I would characterize as a full identification of the costs that are being borne by industry and NIMS, and being able to have some separation there and know which side is bearing which costs. That you would like to see us modify the existing contract to indicate that.
Well, let me look around the table and make sure that folks who are closer to the issue believe has captured our guidance. And it seems so. So thanks very much. So let me ask if there's anything further from the council on this agenda item. I'm not seeing any hands. Thank you, Dr. Brandon, for coming. Thanks, Maggie. And we have one more agenda item, but we're going to take our afternoon break, and we'll be back at 2:45. We'll get started here in a couple minutes. I just want to make people aware there are some brownies on the side table. So if you need a little sugar rush to get you going through the rest of the afternoon, you got a couple minutes. Now the goal will be to get through the agenda item before the sugar crash. All right, welcome back. We're on our last agenda item of the day, G9. I will pass the gavel to Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we'll get started on item G9, the cost share program, or excuse me, catch share program and intersector allocation review, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Seeger for an introduction to the agenda.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Hassemer. The council action here is to decide on an initial process for the trawl, catch, share, and intersector allocation reviews. So this agenda item covers both the trawl catch share review and the intersector allocation review. When the council developed the catch share program, it also developed Amendment 12, the Amendment 21 trawl, non-trawl allocations at the same time, viewing them as part of a single effort. And as part of that, also committed to doing this review action at the same time. So doing these at the same time was originally set up as part of the original adoption of the catch share program. But additionally, then in 2019, NIMS had a allocation policy that came up that required the identification of triggers for reviewing intersector allocations. And the council included in the COP 27 that responds to that policy that when we did these catch share reviews that for the trawl sector, that it would also include the Pacific halibut bycatch allowances as well as intersector sablefish and whiting allocations in addition to those Amendment 21 allocations. For both the catch share and the intersector allocation review, there's extensive NIMS guidance on what should be considered for inclusion in the reviews. But incorporating all of the identified considerations would result in a substantial workload and substantial resulting documents. You may recall for the recently completed limited entry fixed gear tier program review, we heard from NIMS that the policies are to be considered guidance documents and that we don't necessarily need to include a full analysis of everything that's all the possibilities that are identified there. And you may recall that on that basis, we produced a fairly streamlined document for the limited entry fixed gear review that we just completed a meeting or two ago. With respect to your actions today, on the bottom of the second page, the situation summary, you'll find the staff proposal for council process that is based on producing some streamlined documents between now and next spring. And then in June, you would have sort of another process decision points in deciding whether or not you wanted to take a deeper dive in this review cycle. So under that proposal, at this meeting, your actions would be to approve this general approach if you agree with it, and also decide whether or not you want to have hearings next spring. We'd hope to have some of the streamlined analysis that would be available for those hearings. Then in June, as I said, you would decide whether or not you want to do that deeper dive, and also whether you want to convene a community advisory board known as the CAB, you may recall from last cycle, to help inform the process and potentially start identifying issues and alternatives for action. The CAB and issue developments were, as I said, were elements in the last review process. With respect to the questions about hearings, just in the last go-round, the council held 9 hearings, 2 in Washington, 3 in Oregon, and 4 in California. If you are going to have hearings, it would be useful for us today to hear some discussion about whether you might want to have at least one virtual hearing and the extent to which you might like to have the hearings in each state. You'll note in the situation summary, there's references to the scope of these hearings might also include looking at the cost document that Mr. Brand will be producing, which will have come out in April and be available at that time. The situation summary also talks about including not just the catch share program itself, but also the intersector allocations and soliciting comment on that topic as part of the hearing process. So on the basis of whatever discussion you have then today about the hearings, we would develop a specific program, a specific proposal for hearings that you would review at a future council meeting. As you think about the number of hearings or wherever your discussion leads you on that, I also want to note that the next meeting at which you'll have major decisions, that June council meeting next year, which would come just after the hearings, will be held in Vancouver, Washington. So that's kind of right there between the two states and might affect some of your discussion or thinking about where to hold the hearings. So to summarize, the specific request here is decide whether you like that proposed process that's outlined on the bottom of page 2 of the situation summary, and just to share your preliminary thoughts about how you'd like the hearings to look. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. That completes the overview.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions for Dr. Seeger on that introduction? Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Dr. Seeger, for the overview. My question has to do with making sure I understand the breadth of what we're looking at here. So I'm looking at Table 1 of COP 27.
Ah, yes.
That there's a link there in the situation summary to that. And there is the FMP, the allocation, and then a few rows or a few columns over, there's a column that's entitled for periodic reviews and the review schedule. And so in looking at that, my understanding is that we are looking at, in terms of the species we're looking at, it's those species that are listed under the allocation column, and it is for, on the review, it is for where it's noted the LAP review schedule for 2022 and every 6 years thereafter. It's those rows that we're looking at. So for example, it includes lingcod, but does not include canary as part of this process, because canary, it was on that 2-year cycle, allocation cycle, if you will, through the biennial specs process.
Yeah.
Do I have that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anderson, yes, that is correct. And I would additionally note that there have been modifications to that list, and a number of those species have been moved over to the 2-year cycle. So that COP 27 has not yet been updated to reflect. There are a few less species there than previously.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. On that same question, just clarifying though, Jim, a species like canary, which is not on that list, is still an IFQ species. Therefore, looking at patterns of catch in these catch share programs would be within the scope of the 5-year review, or not calling it 5-year review, but the review of the trawl programs.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Niles. So, there's two things to look at. One, first, so the catch share program review, we might look at attainment and just, even though the species is not being allocated as part of Amendment 21 process anymore, we might look at attainment. But in terms of kind of what's being driven by the requirements of the allocation, it wouldn't necessarily be in there unless you wanted to be.
That answer your question, Corey? Further questions for Dr. Seeger? Yeah, I'm sorry, Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the overview, Dr. Seeger. I do have a question. I just need some clarification in the SITSUM. There's an outline timeline that we were looking at. And I believe I heard you mention that the cost report that we might see an early preview of at the April council meeting might lend itself useful to some of these hearings. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Carolyn, yes, Ms. McKnight, yes.
Thank you, Jim. And then if I may, so I'm hearing that there's some guidance or some input wanted for number of hearings or when. So if I'm counting up the 9 hearings that were held before, are we looking to hold the same number or about there, regardless if they're in person or hybrid?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. McKnight, we'd like to hear what the council thinks about that. There's thought that maybe, 1 hearing in each state and a virtual hearing might be sufficient. And then you have also the council meeting in Vancouver. So that's where we're wanting to hear council members' thoughts about that. And based on that, we'll come up with some ideas for you to look at.
Okay, if I may.
Yes,
thank you.
please.
Thank you, Jim. And then I guess the last one would be, it sounds like then potentially based on a cost report being available in April, all these hearings are not going to happen between April and June. So some of these hearings may not have the cost report and some of them may. Is that a fair assessment of available information at hearings potentially?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, McKnight. Actually, we were looking at the first 2 weeks in May as potentially a good time. It looks like a good time on the calendar right now. If there were to be, say, no more than 6 hearings, we could do, Tuesday through Thursday, 2 weeks in a row and get it covered and, have all the information. And then it also gives us a week to get things into the briefing book. As you move up towards 9 hearings, we'd still probably could get them all done in May, but some of the summaries might not be in the briefing book or something like that.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Seeger on the situation summary? And I'm not seeing any, so I think we'll thank you, Jim, and we'll move directly into our advisory body reports. There's no management entity reports, and I see Whitney Roberts is at the table, so welcome, and please proceed, Whitney.
Thank you, Mr. Hassemer. For the record, my name is Whitney Roberts, and I'll be reading agenda item G9A, Supplemental GMT Report 1, Groundfish Management Team Report on Trawl Catch Share Program and Intersector Allocation Review Planning. The Groundfish Management Team reviewed the briefing book materials on this agenda item, received an overview by Dr. Jim Seeger from the Pacific Fishery Management Council, and provides the following comments on the initial process planning for the Trawl Catch Share Program and Intersector Allocation Review. The GMT did not see any issues with the review timeline proposed in the situation summary. The GMT recommends moving forward with the intersector allocation review as part of the Catch Share Program review, and the Council can decide in June 2023 whether further analysis is needed or whether to separate it from the Catch Share Program review. The GMT expects that Groundfish Advisory Subpanel and other industry input will help inform how much analytical burden the intersector allocation and accumulation cap analyses will involve. The GMT also anticipates the potential for follow-on action items to be requested as a result of this CAT Share program review. With regard to hearings, as part of the planning process, the council will want to consider whether to hold hearings in spring 2023 with the goal of soliciting input on the program review or any requests for follow-on actions. Participants of the trawl industry have indicated that such hearings were extremely valuable during the prior trawl CAT Share program review, but given that it was the first program review since implementation, those hearings may have been more useful at that time than possible hearings held during this program review. The program and fishery have likely changed less in the last 6 years than in the 6 years after implementation of the CAT Share program in 2011. The GMT considered the possibility for the council to utilize new technologies that have evolved since the last CAT Share program review in 2017, such as virtual meeting platforms. Not only has the technology improved, but industry members are becoming more familiar with using the technology as part of the council process, and the format is generally more inclusive to members who find it difficult to travel to an in-person meeting. If the council believes that the scope of hearings during this 2023 review does not need to be as extensive as the last review, virtual hearings or a combination of virtual and in-person hearings may reduce the workload and resources needed to hold those hearings. The council could also consider a more simplified method of collecting input, potentially in combination with hearings such as a survey. Additionally, the council took final action on the Pacific Whiting Utilization Package in March 2022, which is expected to be implemented in regulation before the May 1, 2023 start of the Pacific Whiting season, and will make several changes to management measures that apply to midwater trawl vessels targeting Pacific Whiting. Given these new changes to improve utilization, fewer requests for follow-on actions may be forwarded at this review compared to the last review. However, there is an emerging midwater rockfish fishery in the trawl individual fishing quota program that has grown in recent years. The council should consider industry and public input as to whether hearings and the associated accessibility options would be advantageous for this review. Industry and public input on the intersector allocation review and accumulation caps and limits, specifically on how in-depth the analysis should be, may help the council decide whether hearings are warranted. The GMT notes that the council is not scheduled to take up this agenda item again until June 2023. While the GMT agrees with council staff that initial program review could elucidate any elements of the program that would potentially benefit from hearings, the September meeting appears to be the only time the council can weigh in on whether or not to hold hearings in spring 2023, unless the council carves out time in the November council meeting. The GMT agrees with council staff that consideration of the baseline in the Trawl CAT Share program review should focus on trends throughout the program's history more than any single year or average of years. If a baseline must be selected, National Marine Fisheries Service guidance is that a baseline period of at least 3 years is preferable, but this may be modified depending on circumstances surrounding the creation and implementation of each program. NMF's guidance is also that a baseline should not be what would have been likely to occur in the absence of the CAT Share program. The baseline used in the 2017 Trawl CAT Share program review was 2009 to 2010, because that was the period immediately prior to the CAT Share program implementation, in other words, 2011, and included important economic data collection data. While considering trends throughout the program's history, the GMT recommends selecting a baseline period of 2012 to 2015, given that several important Amendment 21 groundfish stocks have been rebuilt since 2015. In other words, canary rockfish, petrale sole, Pacific Ocean perch, boccaccio, dark blotch rockfish, and cowcod. And I do want to put a note in there that, again, based on this discussion, canary rockfish is not an Amendment 21 stock, so I want to add that clarity, which impacted subsequent trawl participation and effort. The emerging midwater rockfish fishery has grown steadily since around 2015 as well. The GMT recommends using 2012 as the first year in the baseline rather than 2011 because industry often takes at least 1 year to calibrate to any new management measures or programs. As previously noted, the council recently took action to implement a package of changes to the trawl sectors targeting Pacific whiting that aim to improve utilization of the Pacific whiting allocations. The council is also scheduled to take final action in April 2023 on changes to the gear switching allowance within the Trawl CAT Share program. Those actions and their potential impacts to the CAT Share program should be considered and incorporated by reference as part of this program review. Lastly, representatives from all sectors have expressed the growing need for management flexibility, particularly in a changing climate and economy. The GMT encourages the review team to consider elements of the Trawl Catch Share program that could allow for more industry flexibility while still accomplishing the Catch Share program's core objectives. And with that, I conclude the statement.
Thank you, Whitney. Any questions on the GMT report? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hasselmer. Whitney, on the last section there, you talked about groundfish stocks have been rebuilt since 2015. You list some species there. I think the 2015-16 stock assessments declared rebuilt, but they really weren't put into management until 2017-18. And so I think it's important to understand that as far as the lag period there. Because I think this is pretty important because it's a very different fishery the last 4 or 5 years than it was prior as far as the makeup of what's being landed. And so I assume the GMT spoke to that, I guess, or at least explored that.
Yeah, through the Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Pettinger, for the question. That is a good point, and we certainly considered management changes to the fishery throughout the time period since 2011 when discussing the baseline. I think the reason we chose to stop at 2015 or chose 2012 to 2015 is because we wanted to, because as I said, the 2017 program review baseline was 2009 to 2010. And so we had the idea of starting at 2012 to kind of shift that baseline to the start of the program implementation. And then if you were to go all the way out to 2017, that really doesn't, as a baseline, that really doesn't give you a lot of time since 2017 to compare to the baseline. So we saw 2015 as a good threshold where things have kind of shifted or at least started to shift, and then changes came in after that. So, but I see your point, and I think it's a good argument that 2017 did include the management changes as a response to those. And I think the GMT's understanding is that would be reflected as changes. It would still be changes compared to the baseline of 2012 to 2015.
Is that good, Brad? All right, thank you. Further questions on the GMT report? And I don't see any hands, so thank you, Whitney.
Thank you.
And we will move on to the GAP report, and I have Shems Judd giving that. Welcome, Shems.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hasselmer, members of the council. For the record, my name is Shems Judd, and I'll be reading from agenda item G9A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Panel Report on Trawl Catch Share Program and Intersector Allocation Review Planning. The GAP received an update on this agenda item from Dr. Jim Seeger, Pacific Fishery Management Council staff, and reviewed the Catch Share Program Review Planning document. The GAP offers the following comments and recommendations. In general, the GAP supports the proposed approach as described in the situation summary. The GAP strongly supports the idea of field hearings to foster maximum public participation and input. The GAP recommends careful consideration of the process, timing, and location of the field hearings while developing the overall timeline for the review. The GAP also supports convening a stakeholder group, a newly comprised community advisory board, to consider and recommend possible new management measures emerging from the information in the review. The GAP recommends that field hearings and stakeholder group meetings be in person. And while it's currently implicit, the GAP recommends adding explicit consideration of both opportunities to reduce program costs and opportunities to increase revenue to the Catch Share Program planning review planning document. And that concludes our statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Shems. Questions on the GAP report? And I don't see, oh, I'm sorry, Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the report, Shems. Just a quick follow-up. Very clearly stated that field hearings are the preferred venue for hearings. Was there any discussion on the trade-offs of virtual or electronic digital hearings? And where was the general discussion about that, if any? Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. McKnight. We didn't discuss that explicitly. It came up in another topic on, council streamlining process. I think, it's the GAP's belief that in-person hearings, in-person connection is just a better way to conduct business generally. Of course, virtual provides an opportunity for potentially more participation. I think in this case, if the field hearings can be in the key ports, relatively locally situated, close to key participants, it doesn't seem like virtual hearings would be necessary. Thank you.
Yes, follow up.
Yes, thank you. That's very helpful. And then just a clarification on the sentence, the GAP also supports convening a stakeholder group, a newly comprised community advisory board. I'm just wondering if that means different people assigned to it, physical people, or a different composition of what it's currently at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Good question. I think what we're getting at here is certainly that the council should consider in the GAP's recommendation new membership, but also potentially consider a different mix of representation and participation.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions for the GAP? And now I don't see any hands, so thank you, Shems.
Thank you.
That concludes the advisory body reports. We'll move on to public comment. I see 3 signups, and we'll pause a minute while we bring up our list. There it is. We'll first hear from Jeff Lackey, followed by Mike Okniski. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you for your time, council members. My name is Jeff Lackey. I manage 2 trawlers out of Newport. I have 2 suggestions, one on hearings and one on baseline years. First, I suggest in-person hearings take place only after gear switching FPA has been decided. It would be helpful for stakeholders to have the FPA perspective when providing their comments at hearings. Second, after seeing the GMT baseline recommendations of 2012 through 15, I would like to suggest incorporating a second baseline period of 2009 through 2010. There are elements of each of the baseline periods that could be helpful for comparison. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff? Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, Jeff, excuse me, Jeff. I missed those dates for baseline you wanted to hear.
So the GMT recommended 2012 through 15, and I suggested adding a second baseline period of 2009 and 10. I had first thought of 2008 through 10, but in looking back, was reminded from the GMT that the original baseline was 2009 and 10. But 8 through 10 or 9 through 10, either would be sufficient.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks, Jeff. Mike. Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Mike Okniski. I am a consultant for Pacific Seafood. I appreciate the previous remarks by Mr. Pettinger, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Dewey and the general discussion that took place there. I think Mr. Niles had some good points. Pacific strongly supports the last sentence of the GAP G9 statement. And just real briefly, while it is currently implicit, the GAP recommends adding explicit consideration of both opportunities to reduce program costs and opportunities to increase revenue to the Catch Share program review planning document, or through listening to Dr. Seegers, and I believe it's Dr. Brandon, I'm sorry if I have that wrong, GAP presentation for G8, it was brought up in discussion that cost study while vitally important, is only half of the economic equation for business. The other half is revenues. There has been no surgical evaluation of what the revenue differences are now versus pre-IFQ program for the non-whiting groundfish sector and the drivers of these differences. Revenues, like cost, need to be accounted for to get an accurate measure that can serve as guidance for how the IFQ program is performing and to provide a comprehensive target for improvement. All sectors need to be accounted for, but the sector that could benefit the most from this analysis is the non-whiting trawl groundfish sector. Thank you. I will be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike? And I don't see any hands here, Mike, so I think you're free. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And lastly, we have Larry Phillips. Welcome, Larry.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, council members, members of the public. For the record, I'm Larry Phillips. I'm the Pacific Fisheries Policy Director for the American Sport Fishing Association. And today I'm going to provide a brief comment on agenda item G9, the Trawl Catch Share Program Intersector Allocation Review Planning. ASA supports the approach outlined in the situation summary. The American Sport Fishing Association looks forward to an opportunity to engage with state, federal, tribal, and industry partners regarding this important work. We believe that this is a valuable opportunity to evaluate the program relative to national standards as mandated by MSA. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Larry. Any questions for Larry on that? And I'm not seeing any hands here, so thanks very much. And that concludes the public comment on this, so it will take us to council discussion and action. And just a reminder, it's up there before us. We're just looking at an initial process for the trawl catch share review. Jim outlined those elements in the introduction and the schedule. So look for hands to kick off this discussion. And I see Corey Niles. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. The question for Jim on the schedule starting I'm looking at the situation summary, fall 22, develop preliminary draft based on update of core information. And as something, I had something similar in mind to what Jeff Lackey was thinking about gear switching. And I heard you in the gap yesterday afternoon saying that you didn't think that you would have the analysis you'd want in November for gear switching. Therefore, as much analysis as you would liked for November. And so that, in that thought, there will be more analysis work to be done, certainly after November for gear switching. So sorry if I missed it, but what is I imagine the same people are going to be producing this document you have in here as working on that analysis for gear switching. And just curious about your thoughts on how you all would do both at the same time.
It looks like Executive Director Burden will tackle that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and thank you for your question, Mr. Niles. There is indeed a workload and staff management question here. In our budget, we do have funding set aside for a contractor that we've envisioned supporting this work. For a variety of reasons, we haven't yet pulled the trigger on that. One of those is getting some clarity on the schedule here, but we do envision securing a contractor who I've already spoken to, who does appear to be available to help with this work. There is still a question of timing. We can't overlap those two matters much at all, but we can get started while Jim and Jesse are wrapping up the gear switching item. Hopefully that answers your question.
All right, is that good, Corey? Follow up?
Just the thought I'll put out. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious what I think what we want as much analysis as we can get to support the final preferred recommendation from the council. So I'm just, I guess, a little bit worried, but you're bringing on capacity. So not seeing what that trade-off is, but yeah, not wanting to lose any analytical capability for helping with the gear switching decision.
Okay, further discussion, Dr. Seeger, please.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chairman. And Mr. Niles, just, yeah, I would anticipate with the additional help that Mr. Burden has outlined there that, you know, the work to be done to essentially update the previous analysis is kind of like, you know, looking at previous tables and just updating dates and putting additional, you know, years in and so forth. So it's a, you know, we're not going to do a lot of digging in, and therefore with the additional help, I don't see it as impinging much on our ability to work on the gear switching.
Thanks. Further discussion. Brad Pittenger.
Yeah, just I think what a baseline would look like. I mean, this, or comparing errors in the catch share program, and you know, this is a fishery just in constant flux. I mean, we started this fishery out with overfished petrale stocks right off the get-go, and you know, first few years, sablefish quotas dropped by 30 or 40%. Stocks rebuilt in 2000, or rebuilt and implemented in 2017. The rockfish side of things. We have an RCA opening. We have COVID. I mean, it's going to be tough to get the read on this, and a lot of, I think the hearings are going to be an important aspect of that to get to kind of dig into it, get the full story. But that's going to be a challenge, I think, because the numbers alone just aren't going to tell the story. So anyway, that's just all I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Vice Chair Hassemer. I'd just like to offer a few thoughts and recommendations to the council as you begin the process of developing the review. I'd like to encourage you to include a few considerations that really bring in a few things that the council has or will be talking about in other places in this agenda. And the first is equity and environmental justice. The review presents an opportunity to advance several EEJ objectives, including possibly contributing to the identification of underserved communities and barriers they may face in accessing services and information, and also ensuring equitable council outreach and opportunities for public engagement in the review process, as has been touched on in some of the discussion about hearing format, et cetera. Second, I'd encourage council staff, the council itself and staff and stakeholders to include climate change considerations in your thinking about the review. While the review is intended to be a retrospective look at changes that have actually occurred in the fishery, we know that climate change impacts have been occurring over the time frame that the review will be looking at, and looking at the fishery's performance through a climate change lens and thinking about how robust the existing management structure has been to those changes might be informative as the council looks ahead to managing the fishery in projected future conditions. And then finally, I feel that a robust discussion on the best use of adaptive management pounds should be part of the review. As you all know, so far, 10% of the non-whiting quota pounds have been passed through to quota share owners in the initial annual distribution of quota pounds. The catch share program originally specified that the council would develop alternative criteria for the distribution of AMP quota pounds. And in this program review, the council and stakeholders should give some meaningful attention to identifying potential issues and needs that could be addressed with the AMP, such as unintended and unforeseen consequences of IFQ management and facilitating new entrants and potentially other issues. Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion. Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm just thinking about the hearings themselves, if we choose to have them. It seems like with the virtual world we've gotten better at, that potentially I like the idea of in-person meetings like was recommended, but those would be, I think those are obviously regional, right? Where they're surrounded by wherever we place those to get the maximum participation. But it seems like the virtual part, rather than try to make those regional, you might want to make those a couple of open opportunities with a mix. And then I'm thinking about the other part of what I'm thinking about is it worth doing some type of a questionnaire or something, or to get a sense of what's on people's mind that might guide these meetings and expedite them a bit. Not trying to filter the input, but trying to at least make sure we get weigh in on things that we're concerned about. We've talked about a number of those. Maggie just talked about a number of them. So I think if we don't have some type of a sense of what we want to talk about, we could waste a lot of time. So just thinking about that. So I'm sure there's people that are much better at it than me, but that would just offer those thoughts.
Thank you, Bob. Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. And thank you, Bob, for those points. I know I saw Jim writing them down. They're very good. I think it might be helpful to just think about a process step here that, Jim did touch on in his overview, but I feel compelled to reiterate, and that is that this isn't the only time we'll talk about hearings. I think what we're looking for here is, do you all like the idea of putting hearings together? I'm generally hearing yes. As Mike and I have been emailing about the year at a glance, what we are prepared to talk about under that agenda item is bringing this back up, this being the plan for our hearings, bringing this back to you in March. And so you would have another time at that point to weigh in on what we see as a plan, and the advisory bodies would presumably weigh in if they have something to say as well, and we can continue to flesh out some of these ideas. So I just want to be sure that that's clear, that we are looking at a future meeting in the spring where we'll talk about this again. We'll take the time between now and then to formulate more of a plan that you all can react to that's more concrete than where we are today.
Thank you. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Merrick. That is very helpful in terms of direction. I too was looking at here at a glance just now and thinking about some of the public testimony we heard regarding final action on gear switching, in addition to the cost report we're going to hear under G5, and thinking there may be a timing issue to make all these hearings happen in the right order at the right time, and also service all of the right industry members up and down the coast to get all the input that we want. So I'm relieved a little to hear that there'll be another opportunity, just noting that, yes, very supportive of hearings, and to the extent they could be in person. Along 1,100 miles of coastline is difficult. Logistics are difficult. So maybe a blend of both would be hitting the right note. But thank you, just some general comments.
Thank you. Jessica Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to echo Ms. McKnight's comments. I'm also in support of council staff coming back at that March workload planning that Director Burden discussed, with a view of what these hearings would look like. I'm supportive of trying to incorporate some of these equity and environmental justice components that Ms. Summer spoke to, with regards to either hybrid or virtual, as well as the in-person, to touch on both aspects of that. And so I would be supportive of seeing what that would look like in a schedule form and having that move forward for these hearings.
Thank you. Further discussion? Not sure I'm seeing any hands. Jim, are you getting what you need in terms of guidance for what you talked about, a preliminary draft and putting together a preliminary hearing schedule to bring back to the council?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Yeah, in terms of the draft document itself, I have the impression there's support for the recommendations that the GM team made with respect to a baseline, but also a need to make sure we don't lose the variability and the dynamics of the fishery that Mr. Pettinger spoke to that are going on as we develop the initial review document. And then right, with respect to the hearings and the guidance there, sounds like, again, on the environmental justice aspect of it, thinking about both in-person and at least one or two virtual hearings, wanting to have them up and down the coast. And on that basis, we'll come back to you with a proposal in March, as Mr. Burden spoke to take a look at.
All right, thank you. Is there any other specificity you need there to develop that or guidance?
No, I think that covers it. Any additional specificity is always helpful, though, to narrow things down. So if anybody does have other ideas, we'd be glad to hear them.
All right, is there further discussion, input on this in the process? Corey Niles?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Fisher. I guess I'm a little bouncing around here on topics, but yeah, not clear what would on specificity. I think we could all have a bunch of ideas. For example, maybe as an example, Jim can respond to, as I think one of the more bigger management questions out there is our species that are IFQ managed, and where the catch is coming in well below the trawl allocation. But it is still constraining to individual levels, stuff like dark blotch rockfish, canary rockfish, and what the dynamic is that's causing that is something I hope will be a focus of the review. And it might, there are species like canary rockfish where it is a multi-sector. It's caught across multiple sectors in not being used in the trawl sector, even though it's needed by the AFQ folks, individual folks. Yet it could also, we might have needs in the non-trawl sectors. So yeah, I'm just wondering how we can explore that dynamic of this, that the quota system's creating, and that will, pose. There was possible interest in looking at canary, for example, this past management measure cycle, but came in late, and but we know there's still interest in looking at that when it comes up next. But maybe too specific for you there, Jim. But if that's the kind of idea you're looking for in terms of how analysis could be focused, then that's been a thought on the forefront of my mind.
Yes, Jim.
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Niles. Yeah, I apologize. With the specificity reference in terms of needing more now, it was kind of around the development of the hearings. Our plan with respect to the analysis itself is, as I try to indicate, we'll take what was done previously and we'll kind of identify the core tables and so forth previously identified and update that and bring that to you in June. And then that would be the point at which I think that the council members would be able to say, I really want to look more into the issue that you just described and so forth. And on that basis, we would make the plan for moving towards expansion of the document as appropriate and completion. So we don't need to get too much into that right now, but there will be that opportunity down the road for it.
Thank you. Yes, as Jim said, the final decision is in June, or what the review should be. So looking for guidance as to what to get into that preliminary review document, that will come back to you. So further discussion on this. Otherwise, I'm not seeing any hands, and I've heard from Dr. Seeger that he has everything he needs to proceed and come back to us in June with this. So thank you, and I believe that closes out this agenda item.
And just, it will be March, you'll hear about the hearings, and then June we'll be back with results.
Thank you. So I will pass the gavel back to our chair.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. That's the agenda for the day. I understand we don't likely have anything to move forward, but let me turn to Executive Director Merrick Burden to give us a preview.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. Very nice work today. We are ahead of schedule again. Tomorrow morning, we'll start up with the council on process efficiencies. There was some talk about trying to start that today. Those of you that appreciate irony and find that funny might also laugh with me with that suggestion, but we'll start off with that tomorrow and then move in through ecosystem matters and some more groundfish tomorrow afternoon. Otherwise, just reiterate the nice work today and commend you all.
All right, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Good evening. We'll see you in the morning.